lost Candace. Yeah, we're good. Welcome to this meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education for November 6, 2019. Please stand for the invocation followed by the pledge. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion or edits to the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Would any member like to add anything to the agenda that's not currently printed? Seeing none, the agenda will stand as published. Item 2.05 is formal board recognitions, and there are none today. We'll move to item 2.06, which is Educator of the Month, and we'll turn to Vice President Corkadell.
What makes a great teacher? There are likely many answers to this question, right? Well, at Central Middle School, they believe their science department chair, Mr. Jeremy Marcus Wegner, is one great teacher. Mr. Marcus Wegner has been instrumental in establishing the school's professional development committee, involving not just a team of educators, but often surveying the entire staff for input and ideas. He keeps everyone informed via the professional learning community that he created through Google Classroom. This allows timely, easily accessed feedback of information for everyone. Mr. Marcus Wegner promotes positive changes in the growth of students and staff at Central Middle School. The results of those efforts over the school year have led to greater awareness of policies involving relief, equitable grading practices, the use of ELL practices, as well as discipline policies. He created surveys and gathered data for the equity team that has directly led to increased opportunities for students, as well as developing empathy from and within the staff. Additionally, Mr. Marcus Wegner is the science department chair and assesses the level of implementation of next generation science standards using data to hold collaborative conversations to improve instructional delivery and increased mastery for all students. Mr. Marcus Wegner makes outstanding contributions to the school by diligently working alongside both assistant principals to learn their inner workings of both testing and scheduling. He attends central office trainings in both of these school-wide tasks whenever permissible. He assists in creating science testing and WIDA testing schedules and communicates with teachers in his department, outlining the roles during these tests. He performs all of his duties with the utmost professionalism and congeniality. He is quick to problem solve, employing the very scientific methods he has taught over the years to properly assess issues, gathering pertinent information only, and then presenting solutions to the leadership team. As you would imagine, Mr. Marcus Wegner is both well-liked and respected by his students and his peers. Students are quick to greet him in the hallways or when he takes part in lunch duty for the day. Mr. Marcus Wegner, your attention to detail and thoughtfulness as an educator are to be celebrated. So today, the Board of Education recognizes you as our Educator of the Month for November 2019. Please come forward to be recognized. How did you come to be here today? Usually they come first.
Yeah, there was a very good coercing of surprises. They had me explaining that there were some questions that were going to be asked by the Board of Ed.
Okay. So there's your first question, and then your second question is who is here joining you today?
I have my wife joining me today, Elizabeth, my principal, Miss Millie Bell, and I have the science coordinator, Val Wessner, and the whole science office actually. Elliot Tyler's here, and Bobby Jackson are both here.
Wonderful. Well, here's your official bell, and congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month, and I've been told we will recognize the November Employee of the Month at the December meeting. Item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month, and we'll turn to Ms. Alvey.
Consistency is key to volunteerism. It is the knot that ties everything together. By showing up regularly, volunteers demonstrate that the success of the school and its students is their priority. This dedication conveys an important message about the value education to students. Today we are here to celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer, Miss Patty Morrison. The Board of Education is thrilled to honor you as our November 2019 Volunteer of the Month. Miss Morrison has a unique relationship with Fort Smallwood Elementary. Miss Basil, a first grade teacher, I'll continue. Okay. Miss Basil, a first grade teacher at the school, shared that during the very first week of school, Miss Morrison exclaimed, "Please don't call me Mrs. Morrison, just call me Gigi." That is certainly what she is, not only to her 4 grandchildren who attend the school, but to the many children who grace the halls of Fort Smallwood Elementary each day. According to Miss Basil, the kids race into the room to hug her on the days she volunteers, and goes on to describe how she circulates the room during guided reading, offering help and love to all in need. Her dedication to the Fort Smallwood community does not stop at the classroom door. According to School Secretary Miss McPheron, she helps in the classrooms with book fair, with Race for Education, and is also a regular presence in the school library. Library media specialist Mr. Morrow shared that this is my second year as a school librarian at Fort Smallwood Elementary, and I have Miss Morrison to thank for successfully completing my first. She came to our library twice a week, every week for 2 hours at a time. That's over 100 hours just in the school library. She is continuing to volunteer in our library this year as well, and I cannot thank her enough for her time and invaluable experience. Principal Assembly says, always entering with a smile and a willingness to assist. Miss Morrison is like an additional staff person who steps in to do whatever is asked. The school is a better place because of her, and the students and staff are grateful to have her. Miss Morrison, you are a great asset to the Fort Smallwood Elementary School and the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools community. And we thank you for your years of service as a volunteer and for your dedication to both your grandchildren and the students at their school. Would you please come forward? It is my great appreciation that I would like to present this Volunteer of the Month certificate and belt to you. Thank you so much. Wait, further questions? What's the question? So, who did you bring with you today?
My daughter, my father-in-law, and my husband, Mr. Sibley and Mr. Morrow.
Wonderful. And what excuse did they make up for you to be here?
My daughter had a meeting at the hospital. I didn't know anything about Kelvin.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so
Thank you.
much for everything you did.
Thank you again and congratulations. To the 2 honorees, momentarily we'll be taking a recess for some photos in the lobby. Item 2.09, School and Community Highlights. Any members like to highlight? Ms. Antwine.
Good morning. Thank you, President Gilliland. The highlight I would like to make is for our vets. November 11th is around the corner, and I just sincerely want to thank all the veterans, all the active duty, all of the retirees for their service to our country. Without you all, we wouldn't be sitting here in peace today, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine, and thank you for your service to our country, and of course, Commander Leib. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, last week the entire board took part in a board retreat where we took part in implicit bias training, which is the same training that all of our staff members go through, and then we continue with an in-depth discussion on equity in our schools and looking at all of our policies and procedures through an equity lens. And it was I think it was a great evening. I think it was very productive for all of us, and I want to thank the staff members, Ms. Jackson and Dr. Arlotto and Dr. Gillens, who all came out to help us facilitate that.
Thank you. Any further school and community highlights? Seeing none. Item 2.10 is the CAC report.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Corgadell, and fellow board members. As chair of the CAC, I'm here to update you on our activities. The CAC met Monday, October 14th, having board members Hummer, Ellis, and Dr. Arlotto in attendance, with a guest presentation from Matt Stansky on the budgeting and funding process, including the relevant timeframes from development to board adoption. It was important to understand, given the scope of the issue of recess could impact future capital and operating budgets. We want to thank the board for their welcoming reception and truly provided an opportunity for engagement between the board and the CAC, fostering a relationship of a collective body. So items that we, on our agenda, we did nominate a vice chair, Ternita Moore, Old Mill Secondary. We completed all of our committee assignments where the CAC will be participating in at least 10 system committees. And we are still deferring our subcommittee assignments. We determined that we were going to wait for our data collections so that our subcommittees can focus in on their lenses on that perspective. Our CAC policy will be discussed at our next meeting to be able to provide our recommendations regarding the CAC policy. And recess guidelines. We have planned the next meeting, Monday, November 11th, to be devoted strictly for reviewing the last survey, developing and devising deeper focused questions on key areas to prepare another data collection set for which we would then generate recommendations. The timeline that we have right now would be December for survey dissemination, open to mid to late January, with analysis and collation in February, draft recommendations in March, for final delivery in April. Thank you for your support and looking forward to the challenge. Are there any questions?
Thank you for your support of our schools. I see no questions or comments at this time, but again, I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. If the board would permit me just momentarily, we wanted to make a statement that I think we forgot under recognitions or school and community highlights. I'd like to yield to the superintendent.
Absolutely, and then certainly I would ask board members to join in, but we do want to congratulate Teresa Bielstein as our not only the Anne Arundel County Teacher of the Year, but now, as of a week ago, the Maryland State Teacher of the Year. It's always an exciting event. Unfortunately, this year, this was the first year that I was unable to actually attend the Teacher of the Year dinner, and of course, we have a winner. So I will no longer be going to any more of the Teacher of the Year dinners. I have been outlawed by staff to do that, but I was away with my daughter on a commitment that we had in a college visit, and as soon as it was announced, Ms. Jackson got me on the phone, and I got a chance to congratulate Ms. Bielstein It was almost a given for all of us, knowing her expertise and her caring and the way she delivers instruction to children. She truly is amazing. I am delighted that the committee made the decision they did, and I know that she will represent us well nationally. And I know many of the board members were there. If you have anything to join in, it's always an exciting evening.
Mrs. Shahine.
Yes, it was a very exciting night, and many congratulations, and it was obviously a win, well deserved. And just hearing about her perspective and the perspective of the other finalists and the other teachers of the year from the other districts was fabulous, and just an all-around amazing moment to celebrate our wonderful teachers.
Thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
Yes, I certainly want to echo the congratulations, and the Ms. Bielstein is just a great example for all of our teachers, but I know we have so many wonderful teachers that are worthy of that award. It was exciting to see the new list just come out of the Anne Arundel County finalists for Teacher of the Year, so we're starting the cycle again. Yeah, it was a wonderful evening, a great celebration, and I was jumping up and down screaming when the announcement was made. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, and I think Mrs. Kutchis, you would agree, it's always great when we have a Loyola graduate, winning, so absolutely go Greyhounds. We'll revert back. Item 2.11, Crofton High School mascot and colors. Oh, we don't have a chair. Oh, Mike, okay.
Just a little bit. President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. I am Katie Furherd, and I am the very proud principal of the new Crofton High School. I'm here this morning to give you a bit of a status update on the school and to announce the selection of our school mascot and colors. First, the update. I have been thrilled to engage with members of the Crofton community since being appointed to this position and to begin to build the relationships that will be so crucial to our success. We have come together to choose a name for our school, which this board approved on September 11th. We are working together on the selection of a signature program and continue to hold meetings with a broad cross-section of participants. Construction work on the site is about 85% complete, with the interior building work about 76% complete. I have to tell you that it has been very exciting to watch this facility take shape over the last few months. The facilities team is awesome, and we are going to have a state-of-the-art building ready to welcome our students next fall. The most recent venture has been the selection of our school mascot and colors, something that will further cement our identity. To do this, we convened a group of students and adults that represent all of the schools that will feed into Crofton High School. As we did with the school name, we solicited suggestions publicly and then discussed them in our meeting. This was a great opportunity for us to again build relationships and help ensure that everyone is a part of the opening of Crofton High School. We forwarded the committee's unanimous recommendation to Dr. Arlotto, and we are grateful for his approval. So today, I'm proud to tell you that, wearing the colors of red and black, we will proudly be the Crofton High School Cardinals. This aligns, as you may know, with the youth leagues in our community, and we are eager to continue to build on that rich tradition. The next step, again, with community involvement, will be to go back to our group and look at some design samples for what our mascot will look like. We will have that finalized as soon as possible. We will also continue to build those key relationships I spoke about as we approach the first day of school, and I can't wait to welcome you and all of our students to Crofton High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furhard. Any board members have any questions or comments at this point? Yes, we do. Ms. Alvey.
I just want to say that I'm so excited that we picked the Cardinals. Crofton High School is in my community, and my sibling will be attending there, as well as a lot of my friends and their siblings, so I'm just very excited that we finally have a mascot and that they're the Cardinals.
If I could just take a moment just to say, Ms. Furherd, thank you. You are operating behind the scenes and have since this past summer. I'm not sure that anybody, and even us as a team, know what it takes to open a brand new high school. We haven't done this from the ground up in 35 years. So for the public and this board, please appreciate the work that she's going through. It is picking a school name. It is picking school colors and a mascot. It is ordering the right number of beakers from our science chair, making sure they have the right football helmets, and working with the athletic department to get the athletic schedules going. There is an incredible amount of work that no one truly realizes to open any school, but to open a high school, and we haven't done it in 35 years. And she is taking meticulous notes because we've got high schools to open in the future, and we're going to be following your lead. We're going to be following your blueprint that you're putting together for our future openings of high schools. So I just want to say publicly thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlato.
You are wonderful.
You know, it's such an amazing and unique experience to be in, and Dr. Arlato is it's so much that goes into that, and he is very, comprehensive in his explanation. But, I think one of the most exciting things I'm looking forward to is bringing on a staff, and a staff that supports what we're trying to do as a school system, and really providing that incredible experience for our children. So it is really amazing, and I appreciate it every day that you have selected me for this position, and excited for the work we're going to do together. So thank you.
Mrs. Ellis.
I too want to thank you for all of your efforts. I can imagine how awesome the responsibility is right now, but thank you for your great leadership. I moved to Crofton when I was just turning 13 years old, and this is so exciting for me. I was holding my breath on this announcement, and it is the correct mascot and colors. I think I might have been a little disappointed if it was anything else. So I am very, very excited. I know several kids who are going to be attending the high school, and I know how excited they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, Mrs. Corkadell.
So thank you so much for all that you're doing. I think that has been well echoed. But I just wanted to share with you how excited the average person is, whether they have a kid in that school or not. The excitement, and it sort of revived Crofton's hope for, having a, perhaps, in their opinion, a better education. I think a closer to home education, because all of our schools are awesome. But I just wanted to reiterate on their behalf of how appreciative they are of your personal attention, because there's a lot of ways of handling this. And of course, the staff has been so incredibly supportive when they come down to talk signature, when they've come down to, and I've had the opportunity to interact in that capacity. And I just got to say that your professionalism continues to amaze me with each and every step. And we look forward to having you as part of the Crofton community now.
Thank you so much.
I see no further lights, so thank you. At this point, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Can I get the mic? Diane, can I get or Jackie, the mic? Yeah. Can we do for the board members 30-second warning? What are we doing now? Public comment. Okay. The board will now reconvene, and will reconvene with the public comment portion of our meeting. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. The tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks the comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in a question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. I've got a few cards here and enough seats. So Janet Norman, Russell Leone, Lisa Van Buskirk, and Allison Cordell. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? That's what I get for being quick. and I apologize to Allison Cordell. I see it's 6.08. My fault. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, President Gilliland and members of the board. My name is Janet Norman, an Annapolis High parent, PTSA member, and education advocate. I want to start out, got a lot of things to cover. I really want to commend you for a great tool you've provided our students and families in the new parent portal and the Power School app. It's a huge improvement. I know it was a huge challenge for your staff to merge 3 different computer systems all into one, but please give them our congratulations. It was really well done, and it's so useful to students and families. Mr. Mosier was kind enough at the end of a 15, 16-hour day the other night on Monday to provide me the approximate number of Annapolis High families that are signed up for the parent portal. Unfortunately, it's about 55% of our students' families right now. So that means that 45% of our students don't have that tool to monitor their own grades, to look up what assignments are missing, where they're falling short. During the weekly advisory, they get a sheet of paper that tells them, you know, you have a D in this, you have an E in this, you have a B in this, or an A in that. But it doesn't give them the specific tools. So what I'm asking is that, one, I think the board should know what's the current enrollment level for every single school. I mean, how are you tracking achievement gap and other things if you don't know where the administration is in rolling out this tool that helps our students take control of their grades? A previous meeting, our Annapolis High soccer coach came here and talked to you about the achievement gap at our school and many others. And he talked to you about the 346 students at our school who are not eligible to play any fall sport because their grades were not high enough. So that's a good percentage of our school. So when you're talking achievement gap, you need to look at more than just graduation rates, who has managed to slither over the bar, but to who is really able to access that educational opportunity that you're giving them. So Mr. Gelinas was going to contact me with some additional ideas he had to how we overcome this barrier that a whole new system has been put in, and every single one of your 84,000 students has to re-sign up for this. So how are you going to do that? So while we have this fabulous resource for grades, I ask you to do similar for the transportation system that you're overseeing and you are holding accountable for. It is still a mess. It is totally unpredictable for parents when their bus will arrive. Mr. Teknovich talked about increasing the distances that kids would walk to a bus that you don't know when it's coming. You don't know if it came 15 minutes early. You don't know if it's coming 45 minutes late. That's adding extra traffic to the road, and we ask you to do the same for transportation and put that money for that app into the budget that you are preparing, the $1.3 billion you're going to ask for our taxpayers.
Ma'am, if you could please summarize. Oh, you're done. Great.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Ms. Alvey.
So I actually had a question for Dr. Arlotto. With the new app that we're using to track grades, is it accessible in languages besides English?
Yes, I've got,
Okay.
I have only had a very surface sort of introduction to it, but if I'm not mistaken, a language can be picked in the entire, while on the phone, the entire, everything will be converted to that language, and there's multiple languages that somebody can pick.
I just thought that would help address, specifically at Annapolis High School, because we have a large ELL student population. So just my thought on that.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Mrs. Schalheim.
I have to echo the sentiment that the Power School app is amazing. I love it too, and I see its value, and so to encourage more enrollment, Dr. Lotto, do you know what we can do to encourage more participation of that? Is there going to be specific outreach in those areas?
Well, I know that there has been, right?
Okay.
Since the summer, we've been rolling out and pushed out a number of Connect Ed messages and information. There were sign-ups at back to school nights where parents could get on and be taught how to log on and get onto the new I don't want to say app, the new Parent Connect. So I know we've done a lot of that already up to this point.
Okay, I just encourage us to do more, and I would love also to see, as an information request, to see where we are for every school enrollment wise percentage, what the school enrollment is, and what percentage are enrolled or not enrolled in Power School. And thank you for that in advance.
Thank you, Mrs. Schalheim. Mr. Leone.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. My name is Russell Leone. I'm the president of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. So the Teachers Association, in partnership with the Coalition for Maryland's Blueprint, recently hosted 2 community forums on the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. So we would like to thank all of the community members who came out and members of the board who were able to attend, and also those who sent their regrets, because I know we scheduled one on your board retreat evening. So I appreciate you guys communicating with us that you wanted to be there as well. So many community members came out and attended in order to learn more about the important bill and to be able to ask questions. And we know that this board is also going to continue to support future efforts to ensure future funding of education. The blueprint includes provisions for investing in expanded pre-K programs, more opportunities for students to take advantage of career and technical education programs, and transforming teaching into a high-status profession through raising quality teacher prep programs and also salaries. And it's also looking to update the nearly 20-year-old funding formula and also providing an inspector general to oversee its implementation. Our kids can't wait for us to get this right and to further the progress that we together have made. And I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say this, because I know we're all in favor of educational funding, but I also want to remind the community how important this is. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Leone. Mrs. Hummer, and then Mrs. Schalheim.
Thank you, Mr. Leone. Yes, all these forums have been wonderful. I actually will be testifying in front of the Kerwin Commission next on the 12th, on behalf of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. We'll be speaking out strongly for all the additional funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schalheim.
I just wanted to thank you for including me on the 22nd. I did attend the forum. I found it very helpful, and yes, I know that we're all in support of more funding, and look forward to the MGA acting appropriately on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leone.
Can I?
Sure.
Ms. Alvey, I wanted to, just met with Mr. Mosier. The parent portal app does not translate into other languages. We have when I heard the term app, we are getting ready to roll out a phone version of our website from Blackboard. And that communication app can be translated in any language. And there's a whole list of languages, but I just want to make sure that it's really clear. Parent portal is still just in English, but the new app that we're rolling out, which is the phone version of our website, will be translatable.
Mrs. Schalheim.
Do we know if Power School has the ability to make that app into different languages?
We're literally checking that right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Literally checking it right now.
Thank you.
Real-time action. We'll now turn to departmental reports. Item 4.01 is the Safety and Security Report, and Mrs. Jackson.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support, and I'm providing a monthly update on security as requested to highlight the work being done in this department. The board received the 2018-2019 arrest data as provided by the Anne Arundel County Police Department. The number of students charged at Meade High School in the 2018-19 school year decreased by 45 from 186 to 141. Although citations were issued for a variety of reasons, the highest number of citations were for assault/affray, which typically are results of an altercation, aligning with the discipline data that we presented to the board several weeks ago. As with Meade, schools from year to year may experience an increase or a decrease in citations. Please note, for public interest, that there is a common misconception that schools issue citations. School leaders do not issue citations. The issuing of citations is at the discretion of the police department. SROs are employed by and are supervised by the police department, not the school system. We never want any of our students to engage in behavior that would result in citations or discipline sanctions. And as such, we will continue to support all of our schools in engaging our students, building positive relationships, and managing stressful situations. We will continue to work with our partners in the police department to create safe, positive learning environments for all of our students. One issue that we have tackled this year that has taken a tremendous amount of police department and school system time is combating online threats. Thus far, in 2 months of the current school year, reports to police and subsequent investigations for online threats of individuals of violence are approximately 3 times higher than this time last year. This is not a local phenomenon. Threats against individuals in schools are pervasive throughout the nation, and most threats are communicated online. For threats spread via social media, the vast majority originate outside of school hours, on weekends, and late into the evening. In many cases, themes of threatening posts are designed to use emotional language and images that either frighten or intimidate a specific group or individual, or intend to disrupt the school operations and close the school for a period of time. The social media apps, specifically Instagram and Snapchat, provide platforms for the most frequently reported threats of targeted violence against individuals or an entire school. Certain words and phrases allow persons who post an image to generate exponentially far more views than you would ordinarily see the item using hashtags. The inclusion of hashtags and key phrases is often deliberate. Well-intended but misguided people frequently aid the malicious poster by screen capturing potentially threatening posts and then redistributing it to others. By doing so, the well-intended witness performs exactly what the malicious poster intends: the viral spread and panic of community distress. In one recent incident, the absentee rate at a high school exceeded 40% the day after a social media hoax was circulated online. The investigation determined the credibility of the online threat was low level within a few hours, but resultant rumors and fear dramatically impacted the local community. All threats coming to the attention of Anne Arundel County Public Schools and the Anne Arundel County Police Department are thoroughly investigated. The investigations receive support from state and federal partners when necessary. The credibility of an image or a post, etc., is evaluated within a comprehensive threat determination process. That process is not driven by emotional factors. It relies on situational context and a wide variety of analytical factors. We cannot share the exact mechanism for evaluating the threats and develop response recommendations. Some investigations close quicker than others, specifically when a threat or an image from another area has been reshared locally. Other investigations can be complex. Many require technical investigative skills that are time and labor intensive for police and Anne Arundel County Public Schools personnel. The investigation in many incidents find the poster was just joking, mimic words in a music, video, gaming, popular culture, or simply thought the post would be funny. In some cases, simulated weaponry that closely resembles real weapons is used in posts to deliberately try and intimidate another person or group of people. Criminal penalties for making a threat of a crime of violence that would place 5 or more people at risk, the definition of mass violence, includes possible imprisonment up to 10 years or a fine of up to $10,000 or both. Additionally, the court can order reimbursement to federal, state, and local governments for expenses of responding and the losses incurred. Please note that the appropriate response to a perceived threat is to document or screen capture the item and report it to the police immediately. The Maryland Center for School Safety tip line and the AACPS Student Safety Hotline are anonymous reporting mechanisms, but neither of these reporting systems are as effective as the personal report to law enforcement immediately. Thank you for the opportunity to update you, and at this point, I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson. We'll turn first to board questions and comments and to Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, and your team for working hard with the police department to get us that arrest and citations list. I specifically want to also thank the Anne Arundel County Police Department for taking the time and expediting the list to us to see. Of course, looking at the list, you have a host of questions. And I again want to implore to the board that we, because it's separate from the system, as you noted, that we do get the police department to share with us what may be going on, how we can help, and how we can work together to ensure that some of this is resolved. Even though you pointed out that the numbers decreased, we still have pages of citations and arrests. And as a board, I believe we can influence change if we understood better what may be going on.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Any other board questions or comments? Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. I have a question about actually I have 2 questions, things that have come to me over the last couple of weeks. One of them is if something occurs at a school event, let's say it's a dance or athletic competition, and an allegation is made during that event, what is the appropriate action for the administration? Would it be appropriate to pause or bring a halt to the event to isolate whatever individuals are of concern before continuing on with the event?
I could not give you a global answer to that question because everything is on a case-by-case basis. So I would have to work with the principal in that particular situation to figure out the exact nature and then make a decision based upon that.
Okay.
Could there be a pause? The answer to that is yes, there could be a pause. In every single case, that would probably not be a recommendation, depending upon the nature of the incident.
Okay. If a student during a dance claims they were assaulted in any sort of way, would that be means for turning on the lights and bringing a halt to that event?
It could be a means. Again, I can't. Every situation is different, so I would have to dive a little bit deeply into that particular situation. It could possibly be.
Okay. I'm also going to ask you about a concern that was brought to me about a student who made a claim of being assaulted in school, and allegedly the student was told by the administrator, I don't know what person they were speaking to, that they would be coming in the next day to meet with the assaulter, a restorative justice, I assume, type of practice. The student was not comfortable with that. The student who made the claim of being assaulted had been, in the past, the subject of discipline, had even gone, I believe, to an alternative site for education. So my question, I guess what I'm trying to get to is, when a student does go through discipline, even to the point of alternative education, and then comes back, what kind of training do we have for the administration and counselors and so forth to give that student a chance to look at them through a new lens? In other words, if the student feels they are making an effort to turn a new leaf, are they there could be an internal bias there that, right? So how is that dealt with when we're sort of rehabilitating or bringing our students back in?
Right. So I appreciate you using that word, bias, because we would never want to set our children up for failure based upon a previous incident. So that's not what we're in the business of as a school system. But our students do frequently, when they are returning from alternative education or an alternative placement, they come into the school with a reentry plan. And again, depending upon why a student is there, sometimes it's family choice. So every reentry plan is different based upon the needs of the student. The reentry population, perhaps when the student left, they were a ninth grader, and as we've talked about before, ninth graders are a little bit different at the beginning of the year than they are at the end of the year. And so the counselors at alternative schools, as well as our staff in the Office of Alternative Education, really work with both the home school and the receiving school and the exiting school in both situations. Sometimes a safety plan is put into place. But going back to your initial statement, the best thing to do is, I would love to get more information about that particular case. And so if you would forward that case to Dr. Arlotto, because as this board knows very well, every single case you forward to us, we get right on to investigate, because we want all of our students to feel safe at school.
Right,
so I would
and obviously,
absolutely love to look more into that case.
Right, obviously this is not the place for me to bring the specifics,
Absolutely.
and you agree with that. But it brought the question to my mind. I understand the plan and the involvement of the counselor, but does the administration, who has a history of discipline with this child, do they have the training to just be reminded?
Absolutely. Every year, I think I've mentioned this before, we go through all of that during our May principals level meeting. And so all of these, there are lots of questions frequently come up about, are the administrators trained to do this, or if they're trained to know policies or procedures or protocols. That is what we dedicate the entire May principals meeting to. And so I will end with what I always end with. Are principals trained? Absolutely. Are our principals human, and do they absolutely make mistakes just like every single one of us? Yes. And when they do make mistakes, just like our restorative practices, we work to repair harm. And we will absolutely continue to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mrs. Schalheim.
Thank you, as always, for your report. I assume we're still evaluating the processes that occurred or were absent for recent incidents at the school dance. Have there been any major changes or adjustments to the graphic that was posted in light of what we could always do, work to improve?
We can absolutely always work to improve. We have taken some of the recommendations from the parent. I will continue to work with my team, and as I stated before, when we do our retraining, we will definitely take a look at that. As our school populations, the number of students increase at our buildings, and our buildings don't get bigger, we may have to take a different look at the way we do dances. I would love to have virtual dances, but I don't think our students would like that. Since that's out, we will continue to take a look at how we can better serve the needs of our students with the limited space and such.
Can you share with the board what recommendations are being incorporated into those processes as a result of meetings and the investigation as a whole?
Absolutely. And again, we haven't, it's an ongoing process, so it's not going to be like tomorrow or anything like that.
I know, yeah.
But as we get towards our May principals meeting and we continue to look at, I would like to not just be reactive to one incident, but as we take a look at the school year as a whole, that's what my team does. We look at football games, basketball games, and so as basketball season is coming up, and again, we're gathering large groups of students, there are other data points, quantitative data points, and qualitative data points that we could use to make our system better. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, Ms. Jackson, the citations list that we have does not include whether those actually resulted in charges or arrest. I mean, the citation is not
So a citation is, from my understanding, a paper arrest.
Arrest.
Yes.
And so, but do we have, or can we get the information to find out, because I know it was stated before that many of those citations don't result in ultimately in charges, but students go through diversion programs and other alternatives. Would it be possible for us to request that information from the police department?
I will absolutely request that.
Okay, just so that we can know, because our goal is, for any consequence, is we believe their children, that they can be educated and changed and have this. And if we can, I think it would be helpful for us to know which of the diversion programs are working and what are the results from that, and what the police are finding is most effective with those as well.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. I see no further board questions or comments at this time. Any public comment on this item? Yeah, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica Ewing. Ms. Jackson, thanks for your report. That was very informative. So there's a couple of things that I found interesting in that report. Namely that we are looking at the parent of any incident for suggestions on how to do better. We have an entire country full of educators and education systems that I think that we can derive best practices from in that way, which would be a much better and more efficient use of everyone's time rather than asking a parent in crises to develop good policy. So I think that's something that the board ought to consider along with the school system. And the other thing that I found interesting is, and I've heard this before through the council the other night, is that there's so many citations at Fort Meade and we wonder where they come from, which I think also brings up an opportunity to say, so we have these citations and these things are happening in our schools, but we're not talking about how disruptive that is to the students who are trying to learn that are there, who are subjected to bad behavior from their peers. And I struggle with that. I mean, I have kids in the public school system, and I think that, I understand giving each kid an education and making it least restrictive, et cetera, but at what expense? And where do we draw the line? I feel for kids and I feel for families, but you can't put a whole other group of people through an education system where they can't focus and they can't learn, and we just feel sorry for kids getting citations. So I hope that I've emailed all of you, and so I hope that we have an opportunity to talk. I've talked to some of you, Dana particularly, and Melissa, I think you've emailed me. Anyway, I think there's an opportunity where we can find some common ground. And in order to do some of the things I'd like to see done, and maybe some of you, we'd have to get some changes in the state legislature. And I'm happy to help try to have bipartisan efforts this session to do that so the board can move forward and do some things. So I look forward to that opportunity and talking to you guys.
Thank you very much. Additional public comment.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jennifer Sowers. I wanted to thank Ms. Jackson for her report. It was a lot more expansive than what I've heard previously, which is exciting. I would ask that, I think as the governing body over, Ms. Jackson, Dr. Arlotto, I would ask that you guys maybe reach out and say, this is the standard and this is the information that you need to bring, and have it be the whole county, not just specifically one high school, but maybe she could highlight, and these are suggestions, she could highlight trends throughout the county, maybe get some more information like you guys are talking about from the police department. And also these, the citations, they list the hour that it occurred. So I don't know if the police department, I know they're shorthanded and the system is very old that they're dealing with to pull the data from, but there should be a way that they can organize it based on when the schools are open, so that you guys have data that's a little bit more accurate. And I think that that's extremely important for you to make decisions on. And if you guys don't have the data that you need, or you don't have the protocol that's used across the county, it's hard to make informed decisions when people come up here and ask you guys to act. And the only way that we can get change is if you guys actually know what's happening out in the field. We appreciate all of the time that you guys put into your positions, and I just want to tell you thank you also. I know that sometimes, I bring a lot in front of you to address, and I'm hopeful that things will continue to get better. But like I said, I think that when you ask for things, I think that somebody on the board should say, I would like to make a motion to do this, and then somebody second it. Like, I would like to see a motion to have the safety report be more expansive. Can we start next month? Something to that effect. I think would be beneficial for the community and for you guys. We're on the right track, I feel like. We just need a little bit more focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sowers. Any further public comment on safety and security? We'll now move to summary comments from the board. Mrs. Schalheim.
Just for the public's knowledge, can you tell us, I'm assuming that we are in constant communication with other districts, both in Maryland, regionally and nationally, to determine best practices. Can you shed some light on that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the question, and I apologize that my comments did not reach that level. We are in constant communication. We attend national and state conferences, and we communicate with our regional representative for the Maryland Center for School Safety. We do all these things. I'm well versed in the current research. My team, we utilize a research article every month at our team meetings to talk about best practices that we have utilized. My comments that I made were in reference to the specific school incident.
Sure.
So we utilize that school incident, the information that we got from that incident, to continue that work that we have already started. So thank you very much.
Perfect.
And I would, if I could add to that, Mrs. Schalheim, and I know that I've broached a subject with the public and this board on a number of occasions. The Maryland Center for School Safety was established several years ago. They have continued to grow in staffing and the importance and the role that they play in advising and working with all 24 of the LEAs. There is a phone call that occurs once a week among the safety coordinators of all 24 LEAs with the Maryland Center for School Safety. They monitor that call, and we are part of that. So when incidents happen on a weekly basis, they're reported out if it happens in Allegheny County or Somerset County, it's reported out once a week. And so the safety security officers from all 24 LEAs learn about those incidents, how they were handled, what advice has been given from either the state police, local police, sheriff's office, or the Maryland Center for School Safety. That's just an added feature. When you say talking about meeting and knowing what's happening in other school systems, there's literally a weekly phone call that happens directed to the Maryland Center for School Safety that we participate in.
Thank you for sharing all that. I just thought that would be beneficial for the public, both in the room and online, to know. So thank you for that.
And as you know, to add to that, experience is also a very good research method. And so my team is mostly made up of people who have been school principals. And so we take that experience that we have with especially adolescents, and we take that into account as we are developing professional development for our principals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. I thank Ms. Ewan and Ms. Sowers for your comments. I want to emphasize a few things, please. One, our departmental reports are in place to highlight and to share the school system's story on how we're addressing these. What has occurred, fortunately and kind of unfortunately, because of the time constraint, is designed to be only about 15 minutes for all the reports. But we do have some clear and present situations that must be addressed, and as the board, we do get more expansive presentations from Ms. Jackson as the top security officer in our system and in the school. So I want you all to know that. I also wanted to address the fact that we are not leaning in on one specific school. We are most certainly, as the board and as a system, focusing on all, because all means all. However, that list, there were certain items and entities, I'm careful about my terms, but some things were too blatant to ignore. And this is why the focus has been the way it is. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Seeing no further board questions or comments, we'll move to item 4.02, which is the bullying prevention report. And Mrs. Jackson again.
Thank you again, Mr. Gillen. Good morning, President Gillen, Vice President Corkadell, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing a monthly update on bullying and harassment as requested to highlight the work being done in this department. Thank you to everyone who participated in Project Unity. I am sure, as you followed on social media, you were delighted to see all levels of the organization and our county and city partners embrace unity. I spent most of my day doing walkthroughs in the Old Mill complex, and the excitement was contagious. One teacher challenged her class to help others spread acts of kindness through generating ideas and placing them in a fishbowl where classmates and others could fish for ways to help. One of the most popular activities was the Be the Eye in Kind backdrop, where people took selfies. As of October 31st, the number of bullying forms filed is 222, representing a slight decrease from that same time period last year. We hope that this trend continues as our students find ways to celebrate both similarities and differences. We continue to utilize curriculum opportunities to be proactive in reducing bullying, harassment, and intimidation, especially at the elementary levels. Currently, we have 40 schools implementing the second step curriculum for students in grades pre-K to 5. During the second step curriculum, students learn proactive measures and skills that help them respond appropriately to daily stresses that they may be experiencing. This research-based initiative curriculum is organized around short lessons presented 2 to 3 times per week that build social and emotional skills using real-life scenarios. Principals currently utilizing the program have also received professional development on the curriculum from the Second Step Training Office, as well as our school counseling office. As a result of funding received from the Safe Schools Grant, all of our elementary schools will be implementing Second Step curriculum for the 2020-2021 school year. Thank you for this opportunity to update you, and at this time, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson, Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I thought Unity Day was great, and it was so much more. People said, oh, it's just to wear orange. It was so much more than that. My Twitter was blowing up from schools, and I was amazed at the creativity that they showed for not just one-day events, but events that then were going to be built on from that day on, and I think it was incredibly successful. As we talk about the bullying and that we hope to see things coming down, as our GCC class has been implemented across all of our schools this year, I got some wonderful feedback from a community member last week who had actually gone and taken part at one of our high schools, going to all the GCC classes, being part of a presentation. And his exact words were, this class is going to transform this school system in the next 10 years. And I think he's right. I mean, we're reaching out, we're teaching our kids, we're giving them the skills to make a difference. And I think with each year as we train more and more kids, so that's a compliment to the staff and all the people that have been working so hard on the GCC class, that people are already, people from outside the school system and within are already seeing the potential and the efforts that are going there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, any public comment? Okay. Ma'am, next, Diversity and Inclusion Report, item 4.03.
Good morning. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement, and I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in their efforts in assisting schools in eliminating all gaps. With this goal in mind, I am pleased to give you an update on the newest professional development module that has been created for the December 5th early dismissal. My team created a module based on Dr. Paul Gorski's work on equity literacy. Dr. Gorski is the founder of the Equity Literacy Institute and Ed Change. He has 20 years of experience helping educators strengthen their equity efforts in classrooms, schools, and districts. He has published numerous articles and published books on various aspects of educational equity. The newest module was based on Dr. Gorski's book titled Case Studies on Diversity and Social Justice Education. Schools will explore different equity-related scenarios while using an equity literacy framework. The steps in the framework will require schools to identify biases and inequities presented in the scenarios, take in consideration various perspectives, consider possible challenges and opportunities, imagine equitable and just outcomes, and create immediate term responses. The purpose of the module is for school teams to work together in using the equity literacy framework to explore equity scenarios for just outcomes. I would also like to take this opportunity to share with you a partnership between Professional Growth and Development and the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. In response to the need for building our capacity around eliminating all gaps, a social justice, anti-racist leadership lending library has been created. There are over 30 titles that range from how to lead meaningful conversations in the classroom about race by classroom teacher Matt Kay, to Just Mercy, a story of justice and redemption by Brian Stevenson. Here in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, our work is guided by 3 driving values: all means all, ready, set, launch, and sound stewardship. These values help frame our actions that ultimately impact our students. Nationwide, we are experiencing a human and civil rights crises around issues of exclusion, deprivation, injustice, and bigotry. In an effort to respond, disrupt, and mitigate these problematic issues, the Leadership Library was created to provide historical and real-time knowledge about these issues. The Social Justice Anti-Racist Leadership Lending Library provides staff with opportunities to read a variety of social justice anti-racist leadership text, to build the capacity of justice-minded school and central office leaders, to explore critical issues in order to create a culture that fosters open conversations about race, racism, xenophobia, and exclusion, and to build our equity stamina. It is the joint belief of the Office of Equity and Professional Growth and Development that if we provide staff with opportunities to study, ask questions, and reflect, we will create spaces and places for everyone to take thoughtful actions that create equitable, inclusive, and justice-oriented learning communities for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gillen. We'll turn to board questions and comments. Ms. Antwine and then Mr. Schauheim.
Thank you for that. Thank Dr. Gillen. Loved it. That was beautiful. Thank you for that. I want to thank you and Ms. Jackson for our retreat not too long ago. Learned so much from that as well. But most certainly thank both of you for your leadership in change management for our real-time concerns that are, I will use the term, poisoning our school system. Thank you for your work on that. There have been, my question concerns our CAC, and wanted to know how your department works with the CAC to take what the parents and the community may be sharing about some of these concerns and introducing that into your way forward.
That's a good question. In the past, I've been invited to speak to certain topics around equity. This year to date, I have not been invited yet, but I welcome, okay, we're making a connection, to have a conversation. Okay, there we go. It's going to be on the books, right? Okay. I'm already on the books. See, there you go. I just don't know it yet. So I'll keep you posted as to what that partnership will look like.
I just want to ensure that the work that both teams are doing, we're not doing it like this.
Right.
That we're working together to sing the same song, so to speak, and most certainly to make the same successful change. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Schauheim.
Thank you, as always, to both of you for your presentations and also for the retreat. I, too, also learned a lot, and so I'm grateful for that. I have one question about bias reporting this year. What do those numbers look like so far? Do you know?
Do you have this? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Jackson has the list in front of her.
Thank you.
Good morning.
So,
as of today, we have 40 bias-motivated reports that have been entered into the system by a parent, guardian, or school-based administrator. It is very similar to last year. I think we were at like 36 or something like that around this time last year. As I have done for this board in the past, I will do the analysis by type once we get, I'd like to get into January because, you know, sometimes it ebbs and flows, but once January starts, we typically have a greater understanding of what the school year looks like. Sometimes that we have high reporting at the beginning of the school year. Sometimes an incident will occur. As always, we continue to monitor this, you know, in a school system of over 100 schools. I think we do a pretty good job of taking a look at when we see numbers rise for a particular school. We definitely, Dr. Gillens contacts that leadership team, and either someone on her team will be out there to work with them. Questions in the past have been, do we see a pattern from schools? And just like the students that we serve, we can't detect a pattern. Other than, as I've stated before, middle schools for both bias and bullying rise. And I think that at Dr. Arlotto's teen advisory, we got some great insight from the students because he asked the question, you know, we want the teens' help. And he asked the question, why do we, especially during some events, have an uptick in the rise in biased language? And one of the students said, you know, it's not necessarily about the language itself, it's about our ability to respond to a situation in a non-angry manner. And I think that, you know, we have to then take that information and say, well, maybe we're trying to treat the wrong problem in some cases. You know, maybe we need to help some of our students with their response mechanism, vice it just being about biased language.
Thank you for that. When you do that analysis, can it be done by cluster, please? I don't know if it usually is, but I want to see where it's higher, where it's lower.
Yes, ma'am.
And any sort of guess as to why around that. And then also, I assume with the new policy, especially, that there's a more concerted effort to make people aware of that form and the bullying form.
Oh, yes.
And it's consistent following of both items across all schools.
Yes, and I'm actually working on, some members of my team and I are actually working on an appropriate time to reintroduce the community to those forms. You know, we are in information overload, right?
Yeah.
And we get a lot of information, but we want to time this in a way that we're not, you know, can you complete this survey? Can you do this? Can you do that? We're not asking parents to do anything else except focus on the fact that we have these forms and why they're available.
Can I also add to that, part of the delay also is working through the adopting the policy too. So remember,
Yes.
there was a delay in that into how we communicate accurately policy. So I do want to interject there.
And then PD for all staff how to consistently deploy those items and how to respond accordingly when these things happen, right?
Yes, and we use the scenario-based approach, which is nationally recognized as one of the best approaches to utilize when you are giving professional development in any manner.
Yes. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Ms. Hanschwein.
Thank you, President Gilliland. I'm going back to I'm kind of piggybacking off of what Ms. Schallheim just requested. When you gather your information, are you gathering separately bullying incidents or bias accusations on the parts of teachers and principals or people in the system outside of students?
So let me take that in a two-part. So the first part is, yes, when a bullying reporting form is completed, the person has the option to select, was it student on student, was it an adult, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing with bias. In addition to that, we do have our means for employee discipline. So if something happened, so it's sort of parallel ways of looking at it. We do have the employee discipline mechanism, and then we do have the reporting mechanism.
In a different department.
Different,
the employee part is in a different department.
Good. And if it's, say, the parent that brings the concern, maybe the student doesn't recognize as, especially someone in authority, as bullying them or treating them in a discriminatory manner, is the parent encouraged as well to use the same form to make these reports?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And if for some reason that's not been the case, I would like to know about it. Every school homepage to the right side, I believe, has the supervisor of the school. And so we always encourage, if you're not getting the information or the response that you need from the school, we encourage you to reach out to that supervisor. And so, again, fortunately for me, this is part of our team meeting. I supervise all of the areas, and so we are in constant communication about this work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. I see no further board questions or comments at this time. We'll turn to public comment on diversity and inclusion. Any public comment at this point? Yes, ma'am.
So Jennifer Sowers again. So I would just ask that, the last 3 reports that we have, I think it would be appropriate for whatever is in writing as far as protocols for safety, security, bullying, prevention, diversity, inclusion, all of these things to be actually sent to the board members so that you guys have an opportunity to view them. I know that a lot of the answers that we've gotten was that it's on a case-by-case basis, but I mean, I would think based on like liability issues alone, you would have a protocol that stretches across the county that could be sent not to me, but to you guys so that you're aware of what's going on in the superintendent's office and that it's what you guys want to see happen. And also, I don't know if you guys can answer this, but can you specify what is sent to you monthly? Is it always the same data? Is it, inclusive of what incidents occurred and, what the outcome was? Can you kind of explain what is provided? And is it a standard now? Have you guys made that every month you get a report from Ms. Jackson or Dr. Gillens? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, please.
I had no intention of doing this twice, but sorry, Jessica Ewing. Something that I actually talked to Dana about yesterday that I see a concern with. So it doesn't matter who the superintendent is that sits in a seat, right? There needs to be a policy. And what we have right now are loose protocols for many important items. Now, I understand you can't cover every single little detail, but we should have a standard policy for how an assault is handled during after-school hours, how an assault is handled during school hours, the exact policy and procedure that someone is supposed to follow, standard operating procedures. It's how all businesses work. And right now it's kind of like, nah, we kind of decide as we go. Well, that doesn't work. And so I feel like if you had, when an assault is reported, the first thing that happens is you contact the parents. And you just go down the line of simple procedures that you should follow. And it shouldn't be up to the superintendent or anyone in the school to decide what those are. It should be up to the board, who is in charge of creating policy. And it is the superintendent's job to then go roll that policy out. And so I feel like there's an opportunity here to have more legislature and oversight instead of the, oh, we don't have a procedure, oh, just kidding, today we do, and then it's posted online, which we saw happen. So that's all that I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ewing. Ms. Alvey. Yeah. You're going to wait? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Norman.
Janet Norman. I appreciate the question about, for the diversity and inclusion and the bullying reporting forms, about how they are working through the CAC to distribute those to the general public so that they know they're available. We hear a lot of things online that I think the parents don't know about those resources to be able to utilize them and get the feedback to our schools. I know our regional superintendent needs to have that information, and it's not being filtered up to the principals and things. I would urge you to please work through your school PTAs. I mean, I don't know if you are aware, but the CAC is kind of a dead end. It doesn't really include all the parents and be a conduit for information up to you or back to the community. So if you're working through the PTAs to inform the PTAs at your schools and inform the CRASC and other things of these policies, you're going to get much more valuable input back when you keep the rest of us informed. If you only think that the CAC is your means for distributing things, we're going to sadly continue in the same sort of function we're in right now. So I've urged it before, but please work through your PTAs. We are there, and we need to be informed of what the school system is trying to promulgate. Thank you.
If I could, for the board, let me, I've got a problem with that comment, because I think the CAC, I have sat in on CAC meetings, and I know for years the CAC works to bring information back down. And so I've sat and listened to information come up from the CACs in their clusters at the elementary and the secondary level, and they deliver that information, and it's discussed at the CAC level, and then information then filters back down. So I don't want anybody to walk away, the board or others watching, to think that the CAC is a dead end. I think that's I think that's an inappropriate connotation of the kind of work that they're doing. I've seen I know the information is filtering out. Is it filtering out to every single person in the cluster? I don't know that that's happening. But I have seen the CAC work over the years to see information. They bring information from their clusters to the meeting. It's discussed and then information trickles back down.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Ms. Antwine and then Mrs. Schallheim.
So, Ms. Norman, thank you for the recommendation that we be more inclusive of other entities within our school system that support the parent input. But I do agree with Dr. Arlotto. The CAC that I have come to know is very engaged in the community. They're very engaged in keeping us informed. As you see, they come to us every board meeting. We want to be able to take an approach, though, where we're integrating efforts, because a lot of work is being done on the behalf of our school system and especially for our students. So I do agree, Ms. Norman, with what you shared, that we can involve others, but our CAC is dynamic and they're doing a superb job, especially considering their set of volunteer parents, most of them.
Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim.
Yeah, I want to echo that too. But I also think, and Ms. Jackson, I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong. We share that information, all of this information, with not just the CAC but the PTAs and the PIAC. I mean, I sat on the PIAC before. I'm sitting in the seat now, and a lot of information came to us for us to help distribute as well. And so I assume those things continue to happen every year as they do. Yeah. Cool. All right. And if I realize things are case by case, and it's definitely not a one size fits all, and I think it would be highly inappropriate if it were, because different incidents require different things at different times. I was grateful for the graphic on the website, and if you wouldn't mind, since I know there's others, if there's any that are specific to sexual assault both in and out of the school, can you send it to the board for us to see? I'm sure they exist, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on diversity and inclusion? Seeing none. Any further board comments? Seeing none. Thank you. Item 4.04 is the transportation report, and we'll turn to Mr. Shaknovich.
Morning. For the record, I'm Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer. Wanted to give you a brief update on 3 topics relative to transportation. One, wanted the board to know that we, Anne Arundel County Schools, inclusive of myself, facilities, transportation, is working collaboratively. I don't know if you know, but the county's in the process of updating their transportation functional master plan, as well as adopting a Move Anne Arundel resolution that actually is going to go to work session this upcoming Tuesday and go before the council the following Monday, the 18th, I believe. So the collaboration essentially involves the school district working with the county's offices of transportation, Planning and Zoning and DPW to expand walkability and bikeability. I know they're not official words, but those are my words to describe them. The county is also engaging a consultant to study walk sheds around schools specifically as part of the functional master plan to identify areas within the county where we can collaboratively, and we being school district, public works, as well as the development community, can put in strategic pieces of infrastructure that could be sidewalks or could be bike path, bike lanes to increase safe and appropriate access to schools. So the county is funding that effort. The report's going to go back to the county to inform the process. But I'm very encouraged, and that effort on the part of the county is being led by the county CAO, and he and I just spoke as recently as yesterday about that. So that is ongoing. Item 2, I'll use the word walk shed again. I told the board earlier that we are creating our own walk shed boundary maps that to a high degree of accuracy specify where the walk transport zones are. They're continuing to be developed and incrementally deployed to schools. I think 2 other clusters are getting them or on the verge of getting them. So our plan is to have all that in place before June, and I believe we're on target to do that. The third thing is something to improve the self-serve ability of our parents and guardians to identify where their specific bus stop is, what bus number it is, and what location it is. So if you're familiar with the county government has a very robust, actually, GIS platform where you can look up multiple things. You can type in your address and find out who your elected leaders, elected appointed officials are, what your library is, what school you're assigned to, et cetera. So there's many, many, many layers. Our process for a parent or guardian to identify what specific bus or what bus stop or what bus time they have has been clunky over time. Again, my words, it's not as friendly as it should be. It requires you to go to your school where you'll see the list of all of the bus routes assigned to your school, and you're going to have to comb through that data to identify either your school community, your street, or maybe the closest street. So it takes a lot of work on the part of parents and guardians. We're looking to essentially, and I think by mid-year this year, we're going to be able to stand it up. It's in piloting and being test bedded right now, but be able to essentially replicate that great degree of functionality that one can find on a county system. So you will no longer have to go to your school, comb through all of the buses assigned to your school, which for a high school can be, as many as 40, 50 buses. You'll be able to simply punch in your specific address and up will pop the bus you're assigned to, the location of the stop, and the time assigned to that. So again, by mid-year, we hope to expand that. So we think by providing the walk shed maps, individuals can self-perform, right, get their information themselves in terms of where the lines of demarcation are between walking and transportation zones, as well as much more readily and easily access the specifics regarding their bus stop. And with that, I conclude my remarks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shaknovich. We'll turn to board questions and comments. Ms. Antoine and then Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you for that report, Mr. Shaknovich. I have a question about, I woke up this morning and News 7 was making announcements about bus drivers needed hiring now, and I considered it like a closing school on a snow day announcement. I was anticipating hearing Anne Arundel County in that list of school systems that were hiring bus drivers. Are we looking to do more advertisement with the mass media for that effort, or is that something that's left up to the contractors that we outsource to do?
So we work collaboratively with our human resource department. They've got an advertisement, campaign, multimedia campaign to recruit and hire bus drivers that we directly employ. We do not advertise on behalf of contractors, but not to say that they don't. So I'm familiar that many of our contractors have some pretty aggressive advertising campaigns. I don't know if you recall maybe driving around the county across the summer, you've seen buses parked on all over the county with banners hanging off of them. Those are contractor buses and contractor paid for banners. But no, we're not currently using taxpayer dollars to do recruitment activities for private companies. So we're using the taxpayer dollars to do recruitment for our employees of the Board of Education.
And that's what I wanted to know and understand. I don't think the other counties are doing that either in their advertisement in terms of misuse of a tax dollar, but it is getting the word out that, hey, we have opportunities here. Right. And so that was the question, that was the basis of my question. How are we getting the word out more effectively to people who may want to be part of the system, but with the understanding that if we outsource that onus is left up to the contractor?
Yeah, I will say that, I mean, there's just been so much media attention to the driver shortage. I mean, almost every media outlet has been, both print media and, TV, radio. I'd be hard pressed to think that folks have not seen or heard or read stories about bus driver shortages sort of systemically across the area, Ms. Antwine. So if you're inclined, having read those kind of media stories or seen those media stories or heard those media stories, I think if you're inclined to wanting to be a bus driver, it would not be a big stretch to reach out and contact a company or the school district. Now, we will, if somebody reaches out to us and we don't have openings ourselves, we do, though, refer them out. Good. So we'll act as a referral service because we've got an authorized FTEs for bus drivers. So when we're filled, we'll retain that individual's name on file should we need somebody. But sometimes, we won't be hiring again maybe until, next summer, unless there's a resignation or departure. Folks sometimes need jobs sooner. They can't wait till next spring or next summer. And if they need a job sooner, we'll absolutely point them towards some of the contracted companies that we know are looking for drivers.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mrs. Schallheim.
I wanted to piggyback on that. Are we currently full up in terms of our own internal bus drivers, or do we currently have vacancies in that area?
I believe we do not currently have vacancies in terms of AACPS employed.
That's good to know.
I'll say that's, somebody could resign or leave tomorrow, but to my knowledge, I think on the driver's side, we are staffed where we intend to be.
Fantastic. And then I wanted to ask how the work with the consultant is going, and have there been any report? I don't know the timeline off the top of my head, but have there been any reports delivered to you, draft or otherwise, so far?
No, I mean, it's ongoing. They're doing work out of, they're doing interviews, surveys. I'm sure they're doing a lot of internal. I communicate with the leader of that effort pretty routinely. Have a conference call scheduled with her again. I'm sorry, not tomorrow. Next week. So, but no, we've not received an interim deliverable as of yet.
When one does appear, can that be shared with us?
I have to see what it winds up being. So
okay, like draft reports.
I don't remember the exact date for when it's due. I'd have to go back and take a look at the contract. The contract had a hard date in it. I just simply don't remember what that it was.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Mr. Leib.
Mr. Saknovich, good morning. With the report that Crofton High School is 85% complete about, I was wondering what will be the final configuration of the sidewalk on Route 424, Davidsonville Road?
Well, if you've driven by there, it's a work in progress. It's been actually a pretty long effort. The north side of 424 is largely built out, and that's actually occurred over, I don't know, the time span of about 5 years ago to 3 years ago. It's a state road, but the county's partnering with the state to get it done. They're looking to finish the south side of Route 424. Obviously, with the high school coming up, that sort of put a little fire under them, hopefully, to get the work wrapped up. It's fully contracted out, and I don't know if you've seen, but I mean, they are making steady progress towards it. But like on any sidewalk project, Mr. Leib, for example, there's utility poles in the way or other things. So pieces of it are contingent, for example, on a BG&E or a Verizon or somebody else moving something out of the way before they can look at it. So casually driving by it, you'll see chunks that are missing. But if you think through the process through which the state and the public works departments have to go through, it seems that they're making some orderly progress. We're going to be opening up the school for students in September of 2020, and it is our hope and our understanding that the construction is supposed to be completed by then.
So at the completion of it, will we have a sidewalk on the south side of 424 from Crofton Elementary School all the way to Crofton Middle School?
It's actually going to be further. It's essentially going to be from 301.
Outstanding.
And yes, you can go past Crofton Elementary School, and it's supposed to be contiguous all the way to where it intersects with General's Highway, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Leib. Seeing no further board questions or comments at this point, we'll turn to public comment. I've got one card, Lisa Van Buskirk, and anyone else who would like to speak on the transportation report. Please come up at this time.
Good afternoon, Board of Education. Lisa Van Buskirk, Start School Later. Thank you, Ms. Schauheim, for your question about a draft report, because the bid documents, it said that you should have received one on Monday as a draft report. So it's interesting to me that there is no apparent plans for a draft report when the bid document said that there would be. So maybe you can follow up further on that. There are other reports that came out recently, such as, oh, where'd my document go? The Office of Legislative Affairs 6-year report was published last month and posted this week or end of last week. And so there are, again, some repeated recommendations regarding transportation, repeated from the 2007 and 2014 reports. So hopefully the consultant who was not aware that there was this OLA report going on will be able to tie that into her report as well. And lastly, yesterday I received a response to my public information request about the arrival times at the high schools for all the school buses. And so I have provided to you a chart which uses last year's chart as reference and then this year's chart to compare what time the buses are arriving. I would say that our buses are arriving significantly earlier this year than last year. And that may be because, for example, Broadneck, you may remember my color-coded chart from earlier, there was a lot of red, meaning that the bus pickup times were earlier than last year. Well, so they're so early that now 97% of Broadneck's buses get there before 7:10. One bus gets there after 7:10. And so it's interesting to me because last year, only 44% of Broadneck's buses got there before 7:10. So I'm trying to understand why so many more buses are arriving so much earlier. And that is a consistent trend across most of the schools, with earlier and earlier percentages for their arrivals. So you can examine that further. And so as part of my data, looking at it, I was comparing then the buses that routes that I had pickup times for. And when there was missing data, I filled it in with yellow. So based on my the document I got yesterday from Public Information Request, there's a lot of yellow here, where it's both buses that have pickup times but no arrival times were provided to me, and also where there are arrival times but no pickup times from the website. So transportation has my spreadsheet, and they're going to be looking at this, I hope. But I would like to go from yellow, meaning missing data, to answers. And then that may change our numbers slightly for the arrival times. Excuse me. But I think consistently, I'd like to know why are so many high school buses arriving so much earlier this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jennifer Sowers again. Part of what I wanted to say, Lisa covered. The Office of Legislative Audits released the recent audit of the school system, and when I was going through it, there are several concerns about transportation that impact financial matters and you guys' budget. And so I would just ask that maybe next month that they come to the meeting with a plan on how they're going to address those shortfalls and a timeline on how that's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And Just for the public's interest as well on that topic that you raised, we do meet with our independent auditor, or internal auditor as well, who's independent of the school system, and he gives us feedback as a board. So that is happening, perhaps not in the public's eye, but there certainly will be, some public transparency on what's unfolding there. Mrs. Schalheim and then Mr. Grannon.
So in terms of the OLA audit, I assume that the transportation consultant has a copy of that and is incorporating those things into her work. Thank you, Mr. Sheknovich.
Thank you. The transportation consultant has been and is aware that the Office of Legislative Audits was doing their 6-year audit. It just was released this Monday, the 4th. It is being provided and it will be incorporated as part of the discussion session that I have scheduled for next week as well. So that's one of our commitments to the consultant, was if and when it does get publicized, and none of us were in control of what that date was going to be. Again, it was just 2 days ago, midday. So that, yes, that will be forwarded, and then that will be taken into consideration. What they make of it is up to the consultant, though, not up to me to direct what they do with it.
Okay.
It's just an information item to them.
Good. And then I have another question about bus arrival times. I asked for this information repeatedly since the beginning of school, and was forwarded an email as early as this morning saying that stuff isn't collected, but then it is, because it was given to someone as part of a PIA request. So I'm going to say it again. I want all that information, and I want it immediately. I've been waiting for that, and it seems to me that it does exist despite what I've been told. So it's disappointing to me.
And that information is, as we stated, that information is available to you, each of the board members, in our intranet site. It has the estimated arrival times, and that's available to you in the intranet site that you have access
Not
to.
what I saw.
We actually even and showed Ms. Howell how and where it is, so the board office is aware of where that information
I'll go back
resides
and
as
look at
well.
it again, and we'll circle back with y'all.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
Hi, Ms. Van Buskirk, can you come back to the podium, please? Hi, thanks
Yes,
so
sir.
much. Thanks. Good afternoon. Did you elect to proceed directly to a public information request, or did you first request the information and you were denied it?
Well, last year I had done a public information request to get the arrival times. So it goes to last year, when the routes were first published in 2018, they included their arrival times. Then they were taken out. And when I questioned Mr. Douglas about why they were taken out, he said, oh, they'll be added back on. But then they never were. So then I figured that the easiest way would just be a public information request.
So you elected it. You were never denied the information.
So no. And they have provided the information. It was a few days late, but it was mostly there. There were just some large gaps, in my opinion.
This is just me thinking
yeah.
out loud, but I mean, if you want to elect to proceed that way, that's fine. But it seems as a member of the public that you should be able to just get this information as part of the transparency of running the school system. You shouldn't have to elect to do a PIA. If the PIA is just as easy for you, then no sweat on it.
I mean, it's an email with a couple extra forms on it, so it's fine. I'm not sure I would have gotten it any quicker if it hadn't had the PIA deadline, per se. So
That's all I want to know.
yeah. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mrs. Schalheim.
Since that information used to be part of the bus routes and was, as Ms. Van Buskirk stated, taken off last year, I noticed that too, and this year they weren't included. I would love that information to be reinstated. As a parent, it's very helpful to know personally when the bus is projected to arrive at the school, and I think it would be helpful for other parents. I would love to see that information reinstated. I don't believe, as was the concern last year, that it causes additional confusion. I think to the contrary. So I would like to see that reposted.
Thank you. Mr. Grannon.
Just as a quick follow-up point, just in the interest of full transparency, as a parent, I'll say that I filled out the transportation survey and had largely good things to say about it based on my experience, but in the comment box at the end, and I hope this is taken into account by the consultant, I did say I think it's a little odd that we don't publish the school bus drop-off times, that you publish the pickup time and then you're left to basically kind of reason backward and figure out what time the bus will drop your kid off. I just don't understand why we don't do that. So if anybody could let me know if there's a logistical reason why we don't do that. Obviously, they're not going to be perfectly accurate, just like the pickup times are not perfectly accurate. But why would we not give parents the analogous notice for drop-offs as we do for pickups? I don't understand that. Oh, I'm done.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Any further public comment on transportation? Any further board comment? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to hopefully the next couple of items very quickly as we monitor the clock for a potential lunch break. Do the consent calendar. Is there a motion to bundle items 5.01 through 5.05? There's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We now have a bundled action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I'm recommending board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 through 5.05.
Is there a motion to approve? So moved. There's a motion and a second. We've got a motion and a second. Any board discussion or questions? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll on the consent items?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Salvi? And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Great, thank you. Item 6.01 is the administrative personnel appointment placeholder. There are none today.
No, we have one.
Oh, we do have one? I don't have it. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So, administrative personnel appointments, this is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and/or appointed.
There's a motion and a second. I don't have a copy.
Here you go.
Thank you. Got it. We've got a motion and a second. Any board questions or comments? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll on administrative personnel appointments?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Salvi? And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 6.02 is personnel. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Is there a motion? We've got a motion and a second. Any board questions or comments? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, this is a vote on personnel. Would you please call the roll?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Salvi? And Mr. Grannon, Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 6.03 is a first reading policy. It's called Policy Setting, Policy Code BF, and we'll turn to Ms. Ortiz. Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. Board Policy BF, Policy Setting, is before you on first reading. The policy was last amended on April 23rd, 2014. The policy has been amended to clarify the policy setting process of the board. Key revisions include updating the purpose section, clarification of the policy development process, clarification of the policy adoption process, and stylistic and formatting changes. This policy will be on our website for a 30-day public comment period. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz, as always, for your great work. We'll turn to board questions and comments and start with Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Under C1A, under position, I'm having trouble understanding. at the board's annual meeting, what annual? I'm at the board's. I see first is has been stricken.
Yep, I can answer that. So the annual meeting of the board traditionally has been held in July, and that's your organizational meeting. And because of the change to an elected school board, there's a thought that that may change in the future. There are a couple of other policies that reference July. We've had the conversation of election of officers and things of that nature, which have traditionally been in July. And so therefore we just struck the reference to July and just left it at the annual meeting so that the policy is always compliant. Whether the board continues to have an annual meeting in July, move it to December or some other time of year, if, it'll be compliant.
Okay. And as I was reading through this, I tried to capture the actual board's involvement in the development of policy. I see C2B, that it describes the board recommends a policy for review or development. Policy is under the purview of the board. I know logistically how we operate and how the policy committee operates, but in the wording of the policy itself, it feels kind of weak as far as the board's involvement in the development of policy. Because it, and I'm sorry if I'm misinterpreting or reading it wrong. I'm just telling you, as I read through it, how I was reading it.
And I'm sorry, I think the question is where you were.
Oh, I'm sorry. C2B. So.
The bottom of page 205.
Yeah. Sorry.
Easier way. There's a lot of strikeouts on the number.
Yeah, I know. And so for that reason, Ms. Corkadell, I could have missed what I'm looking for, but really, as I read through the policy, I feel philosophically like the board writes policy with consultation and assistance of our superintendent and his staff. Am I correct about that? I just don't get that feel from reading the policy that
so if you see the previous language, so the revisions actually make it accurate, because if you look at the previous language, it had the superintendent bringing the policy to the policy committee. It didn't really talk about the board being involved in the process at all, even though that's always how we've done it, of course. And so this language, in speaking to folks at the Maryland Association of Boards of Education and looking at some other board policies, it talks about how the superintendent can initiate, obviously based on a variety of reasons. As you know, we have state laws and regulations and things of that nature, and so I work with the superintendent and the board to make sure that we're up to date on those things. And then the second one just talks about the board's involvement in recommending to the policy committee. And the reason it says recommend to the policy committee is because we have a policy committee that then moves forward with the review and then amendments of policies, as opposed to the board. You as a body yourself wouldn't just take up a policy right here. It goes through a process.
Oh, yes, we would.
So not in accordance with your policy, it has to go to the policy committee.
Absolutely. Can I be recognized, please?
Yeah, let me finish asking my question, though. So the next clause is I'm sorry, C2C. So the top of page 3. The superintendent or superintendent's designee and appropriate staff shall develop policy in accordance with the timeline of policies. In other words, that's the part I'm stuck on.
So that's my job.
Is the superintendent and his staff developing policy, or is the board developing policy with the consultation of the superintendent and his staff?
So my job is to draft policy and regulations. That's half of my responsibilities here. So I work with the board to do that,
right?
And the superintendent. So that's sort of accounting for the fact that that's a role that's within my position.
Right. I'm not discounting your role. You are extremely valuable to this board.
Thank you.
It's just I'm reading that the superintendent and his staff are developing the policy and you just in your description said working with the board, which is not present in that statement and that's the part I'm.
So the working with the board is, again, it starts with A and B of coming. The policy would be sent for review. Then it has to go to the policy committee, which is constituted of board members. So that's the process. So this is consistent with how we do things, how we've always done this with previous language and with other school systems.
I do. And if you have language that
If you have language,
I know, that's what I'm
saying. If you've got
now.
language to
Like,
suggest,
what-
and I mean, basically,
Right.
policy revision or writing is coming from one of two places, right?
Right.
It's either coming from the board or it's coming from the superintendent,
Right.
right? More often than not, it's coming from the superintendent, not me. I'm using that as a general term around the country because as laws change, as processes change, most of that is being generated, those suggestions are being generated from the superintendent. And then, of course, it can at any time the board can interject, and that's the reason we have a policy committee and a policy chair. At the beginning of each year and during the summer, we sit down and say, okay, what policies are we going to attack this year? And we develop a list with the policy committee chair, and then in consultation with the board, and we go after those policies
Right.
for the coming year. That then C, as you turn the page and you reference, it is then once the process has started either from the superintendent's end or the board's end, now the bulk of the work relies on the superintendent's staff, right? As you know, the bulk of the work relies on Ms. Ortiz to put pen to paper to mark up a current policy or write a new one that then gets presented to the policy committee for your review and approval to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is saying in our interpretation. Do I have that correct?
I feel like the board should be named in this step as part
Absolutely.
of the process.
Sure. If you've got suggestions, I know this went through the policy committee and was discussed.
Yeah, oh yeah, we reviewed this at policy committee. We reviewed it thoroughly. All of the changes
Absolutely.
and no recommendations were made at that time.
So can I offer an amendment to the policy to
Can I,
include wording?
Point of order, or information, point of information.
Well, point of order, this is an information session, number one. I'm not saying not to do that, but you had asked me a question.
Mhm.
So before any motions, because I did not get a chance to answer it. So unless you don't want that.
Yeah, you're my.
Yeah. Okay. Well, before we do. Okay, so a couple things just as a point of reference, and one of them I may need our attorney on to better explain, but for all intent and purposes, the policy development process is designed to make sure that whatever's being presented conforms to law, and so the review is because recognizing that we're not, as individuals, attorneys, for lack of a better word. The addition, as Ms. Ortiz had said, is to put some teeth to any member's ability to introduce the legislation. Now, if after the committee reviews it, then the committee says, I don't think it's meeting all of the criteria, the federal, state, and local law, for example, if there's a policy that's being developed that does not conform to federal, state law or has an effect, our job is not to talk about the merits of it. It's to make sure that it's hitting the minimum criteria. And then the readers and this process of the committee is a public one where it gives the transparency for the residents, something I haven't heard anybody ask questions about, to make sure that the people know that we're proposing a policy and that they have ample opportunity to speak to that, and that the students do, and the student representative does, and that everybody has this information to it. That the policy committee's job is not to say it has merit or it does not, nor is it their job to know what the member's intent was to actually draft legislation. So that's where the gray gap area is because at no moment in time should any one member be representing another member directly. It's just a review. It really is a review process for, does it meet all the needs, and does it have any contradictions to other policies? I mean, that's the, I'll just say that's the spirit and intent of a policy development process, is that it's in the open, that it recognizes that the residents do and should always have a say whenever possible, and that, I mean, I don't know of any policy emergencies, not too many ever arise, but if they were, there's still components later on in this language that allows any member at any time to bypass readers, and you could unanimous. I would defer the question of whether or not the policy on policy bypass would be, which is what I think is where it was getting, and so if we could have, if I could have legal counsel maybe answer that, because I don't know the answer to that.
At this point, Mr. Burns, if you'd be willing to.
Because if you're asking on whether or not all of the policy on policy should be just a good thing to do as opposed to legislated, that's where I don't know the bypass of the policy committee. I don't know the answer to that. That was your original question.
No.
Like, can a member make a motion on policy and then it just simply...
my question is about the board's ownership.
Answering questions that are just answering them definitively. These are not the answers to these questions. Can we get some order here, please?
That's why I was asking for the council.
But you're asking questions and she's saying no, like that's the answer. That's not the answer.
She was interpreting what my question was, and I was correcting it.
I was asking what the question was.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So I don't know, is that still a question? Does anyone actually want to know what I was asking about?
Yes. Can I ask, if you can restate your question?
Absolutely.
Please.
So as I'm reading through this, I guess in real basic terms, when I'm looking at the section of policy development process, and I read that policy development or amendment may be initiated by the superintendent or superintendent's designee, and then in B, the board may recommend a policy for review to the policy committee to determine whether the policy should be developed or amended. So B, I read as a question of, should we look at this policy? The rest of this has it out of our hands in the way it's written. So C, where policy is actually developed, I don't see the board involved in the actual development of the policy. That's my question, because it's board policy.
Oh, well, that's out of my...
Does that make sense?
Now I get it.
Thank you, and I'm sorry
okay,
if
that was a totally different approach.
Ms. Ellis, I think that's, you're commenting on what you see as opposed to asking for council advice, but I heard a couple questions arise, and so if I may, one of the most important things this board does under its legal charges, in fact, section 4-108 of the education article breathes life into it, because it says you are to adopt policies and ensure that regulations and procedures are adopted to help you follow state board bylaws and, of course, other sources of law. So as one of your principal goals, one of your principal missions as a school board adopting policy, a long time ago, there was the wisdom to have a policy on policy setting so that it wouldn't just be based on 2 or 3 people in a particular meeting or a particular majority of a board in a particular year, but a process. And then the process, has different avenues and procedures, and it has evolved. I think Ms. Ortiz can attest this. It's evolved over the years. You currently have a policy for policy setting. Now what's before you are some recommended changes. Without question, to answer one of the questions that someone had is, because policy setting is squarely within your purview, you want a policy setting policy, a policy development policy, that allows ways for the board to impact that process. You do have a policy and have had a policy that allows that up to a point, and those ways include whoever your board president is, at whatever meeting is appropriate, depending on when the language is revised, appoints members of a committee. 4, as a matter of fact. So that's a big proportion of your board. So 4 of your members are on that committee. They alone, by being on that committee, have a big role in helping your board develop policy. Secondly, you have within there the procedures by the superintendent on a regular basis, whether because the law changes, because it's been 10 years since you looked at that topic, For whatever reason, superintendent and staff can roll policies forward. But who votes on those eventually? You, after like your 3-read process. So again, that's your role. You also have in there, and we've talked about it in your meetings before, you have in there that emergency off-ramp from the policies as it's currently written for a unanimous vote by the members of all the board present at a particular meeting to deviate completely from your policy on policy setting and adopt a policy by that unanimous vote. So you have all of that already in there along with all the details. If you would want to have, in addition to answer somebody else's question, in addition to the superintendent's regular process, in addition to the committee's process, in addition to the ability for the board, as it's currently been drafted, to recommend something to the committee, if you wanted another avenue by which policy could be brought forward for your consideration, you'd be free as a board to vote to do that. You could include that in this policy. So I think you do have a wide range of discretion over this one of your critical missions. But I don't think that nullifies what's in there. It just, I was pointing out to you, it's grown over time, and it's in different parts of that policy where you have your role.
I've got a point of information, Mr. President.
Okay, point of information, we're going to recognize Mr. Grannon now.
Okay, all due respect, Mr. Burns, I think almost everything you said is accurate except for one thing. You mentioned the board circumventing the policy on policies by adopting a policy by unanimous vote.
Not circumventing. I'm saying the policy says that. Right.
Right. But circumventing our own policy, that's for the public review process. That's for posting and comment by the public.
That's correct.
The policy committee has no gating function whatsoever on the policy-making powers of this board. What you're talking about is the public review process.
Correct.
Policy can come from this board without going through the policy committee. Every single legislature works that way. You would never have a committee say, well, Congress can't pass a law unless it goes through this committee first. That committee is a creature that we decided to create. And I have a very small suggestion, 4 words and a comma that I think are going to achieve what you want, that we could do right now and put this to rest. So if you would look at 2A on that same page, where it says policy development or amendment may be initiated by, my insertion is the board, comma, the superintendent, comma, I like Oxford commas, or the superintendent's designee. So the only insertion would be, after that first word by, we'd be inserting the words the board, comma, and then a comma after superintendent. In 2B, where it says the board may, we'll insert 2 words, choose to. The board may choose to recommend a policy. That committee is there for us, as the Vice President said so eloquently, to look at all kinds of things, federal, state, local laws, to make sure we're all in compliance with all of that. It is there to help us make policy. It is not there to govern our policy making. It is not a gating procedure of any kind whatsoever. If 5 of us up here say, we just came up with a great policy that we want to put in place, we're going to draft it right up here in the back room over lunch, as long as we put it out to the public and they get to comment on it for 30 days, we've followed all of our procedures.
And I want to comment, Mr. Grant, you actually just conformed to my advice, and I wanted to say my whole point to you was, in order to lock that in, I like that you would suggest changing the policy to reflect that. That makes me, the more conservative side of board counsel, comfortable that you're addressing it in policy, because the law told you to do those policy. It currently exists, and I prefer to see it in policy. That's my recommendation.
And
It was a friendly amendment or motion to whatever you suggested, because you suggested it, but I guess I gave you the language.
And I appreciate that, but I'm still seeing sections A and B as initiating the process of creating policy. I see C as the section, as the point where policy is being created, being developed to bring before the board. I believe the board should be involved in that process, because how is the superintendent and his designee, how are they to develop policy without that input, how to know the will of the board or where we're trying to go with this if the board's not involved in that part of the process? That's the part I'm having trouble with. And My observation, I do not serve on the policy committee. My observation is that the board has been involved, but I don't see it written in our policy. That's all I'm trying to, I feel like, does anyone understand the concern there?
I'm getting what you're saying.
I've got a suggestion.
Yeah.
All right, guys,
I'm open to hear.
let me suggest this. Every single light is lit, and one just went off. So, and I think some of the lights that are here, some of the potential comments may be wanting to address. Thank you. They're going off. I didn't mean for people to turn them off, but some of the lights may want to specifically address what Mrs. Ellis has raised. And thank you. I was going to suggest we'll probably be here for a while. And then some may be, other aspects of this policy. What I wanted to suggest, because I think everyone wants to, but a lot of us want to address specifically where Mrs. Ellis is going. And what I wanted to ask procedurally, and I'm kind of turning to you, Ms. Ortiz. I mean, we're at first reading, right?
Right. Plenty of time.
We've got second reading for amendments and so forth. Mr. Grannon did not make a motion, but I think he made some suggestions that may address the needs. And I know traditionally you've taken some of those under advisement on first reading and made edits for the public comment portion. I wanted to ask at this stage if there's something that you've concurred with that we can at least have as an edit on first reading that goes before the public, before we get into formal motions to make edits, which I know we can do on first reading, but probably best for second reading. What do you think is, and even Dr. Arlotto, at this point, anything that sort of seems to be a no-brainer, common sense, yeah, we concur, that's potentially not controversial, that we don't have to get into a bunch of votes on at this point, and then we can take some of the other matters for a formal vote later?
So Mr. Grannon suggested edits, are consistent with the intention of the policy, so I don't see an issue with including that language. Ms. Ellis's question about I don't have any language right now about clarifying that the board is involved in the development process. I can certainly come up with something to make it clear. I guess just from being in it every day, just the whole policy committee and bringing it to the board, that's the board's involvement, development, and getting feedback and suggested information. Again, I think it's because typically we're taking up policies as a result of state law and regulation, not because I feel like changing a policy or the Dr. Arlotto feels like changing a policy. It's in accordance with law and regulations. We're not just doing it out of a whim. It really hasn't, it's not an issue. It hasn't been an issue, but certainly I can come up with some language just to clarify the board's involvement in the development. And the reason why I would request for some time to come up with that information, because we just want to make it just clear and make sure that it's a appropriate language, because we could have 9 people with 9 different ideas, totally conflicting ideas on how a policy should be amended that has nothing to do with any statutory changes. And so then, how would we deal with that sort of thing?
I might add, Ms. Ellis, too, I think it's important that you at least leave the ability in, along with whatever the board would start or self-start, you have to leave that standardized process in of the continuing rolling review, because that way, regardless of what might be in front of the board or on the board's mind, oh no, we've discovered we do need to update this policy, and Ms. Ortiz and this. So I think as long as it's sort of, there's a parallel or both tracks and not simply the gatekeeping only by the board, that will help make sure the entire process moves forward.
I fully agree with what you just said. I am not in any way questioning the process when a policy is initiated, a policy review is initiated by the superintendent or his designee. I understand that historically and moving forward, that is a big piece of the work of the policy committee and is doing what's required, basically. But I do think what's kind of new here, within the last year, is the interest of the board to initiate either the review or the development of new policy. And that's the part I'm concerned about is that is why we're here. You know, a big piece of our job is to create policy for our school system, and that's the piece that I'm concerned about. So I hope that's understood, and I would love to see that to C2B to be amended in some way. And I don't know what the wording would be because, right, I don't think we need to be involved when there's just a sort of a standard review of policy or just meeting the needs of the state law. We don't, but when it comes to the board developing policy, something initiated by the board should be involved in the development of the policy.
Yeah, and so I think, again, we're all, I think, in agreement. You know, I would say the board is involved and has been involved, and also just, you know, with regards to like coming up with the timeline and the list of policies, as Mr. Gilliland mentioned a couple minutes ago, you know, in developing that list of policies, you know, recommendations come from the board and as well, and so, you know, that's in here as that language is also in here, and so. Again, what I can do is certainly, and I can chat with Mr. Burns on coming up with some language to ensure that it's clearly stated so that there's no confusion in the future. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Let me suggest this too. You know, it might help some of the lights, or it may prompt more. But I think what we have done in the past, and I certainly trust, you know, Ms. Ortiz's judgment here. I think because we're on first reading, what I'm trying to avoid is, you know, remanding this back to committee and dragging this on for a couple more months. I think at first reading, you know, before you post this on the site for 30 days, if there are edits based on comments that you've received, feedback you've received from board members today, that maintains the spirit and intent of what's here. You know, I think Mr. Grannon's comments maintain spirit and intent. Yes. I think those are fair game to add to what goes out to public comment for 30 days. And then certainly, you know, we've got that, you know, option on second reading to based on public comment, based on other light bulbs that may go off on top of our heads to recommend amendments at that point. So I think as we're going through this discussion, if there's something that maintains spirit and intent of what's drafted here on first reading, and in your professional judgment, if you think, you know, the fit and alignment works, I think we just put that out. And that might address a lot of these comments and, dare I say, expedite this conversation a bit more. So with that, if I may, Mrs. Ellis, you're okay?
Yes, I'm okay to wait till we can see it when it comes back to us again. Hopefully there'll be some language in there that'll satisfy that concern.
And then I just want to be respectful.
But you'll get us some language, right? I don't want staff to take a guess on what it is. I'm hearing this conversation. Is there something in particular I'd like you to think about? And I said it doesn't have to be now, that you'd like to see in this section C at the top of page 3 of 5 that is not covered in the remainder of the policy.
I'm happy to do that. What I was hearing was that Ms. Ortiz had taken note of what the concern was, and that she would work on. Ms. Ortiz would work on. That's what I heard.
But I would also like to get some language from you,
okay?
Because I want to make sure that it's satisfied, right? That because much of the concern I'm hearing that you have. Is covered in the remainder of the policy, in that the board is absolutely involved in the development of the policy up to the point of, right, so there is the policy committee's input. There are 3 different readings of which the board has an opportunity to make it their own and make changes before finally voting on it. Those are all parts that the board, I think, has absolute control of throughout the rest of the policy, and I think it's described here in the rest of the policy.
I am not comfortable with waiting until it's brought to us as the board being involved in the development of it. So yes, we do have
Yeah,
we do
put
have.
down on the sausage. You want to influence the sausage,
Exactly.
which you're absolutely able to do. And Ms. Ortiz said that she would try to do that.
And that's what I'm looking for. But
Okay.
would it be fair, Ms. Ortiz, for me to ask you? Do you want further clarification from me? Do you want me to provide language, or what I heard was that you would take a look at it and make recommendations? And I'm comfortable with that. What would you like?
Yeah, so I think Dr. Arlotto requested for you to provide some draft language. That would obviously be super helpful to me in coming up with something to ensure that I'm addressing your concern specifically, and I can chat with Mr. Burns as well, to make sure that we're all on the same page with the language.
We can talk, the board members and I can confer too on places. There's places such as C2 on page 4 that you want to pick up any of these changes. I mean, there's things where you integrate your language, and we could talk, and I can relay them as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
And one last comment I'll make, and then we'll turn to Ms. Alvey. If we're a couple days late getting this up for public comment, the December 4th meeting would already be too late anyway, because that's within 30 days.
Exactly.
So this won't be back to us until December, what's 4 and 14? December 18th.
Right.
So we do have some flexibility on getting that up there to get that back on second reading. Ms. Alvey.
So I've been listening to the comments made by Ms. Ellis, and I thought that kind of a simple way to fix the problem would be to say the superintendent or superintendent's designee, and this is on the top of page 3, and appropriate staff shall develop a draft policy in accordance with the timeline of policies scheduled for review in the upcoming school year. And just by re-including the words a draft, it makes it clear that they're not telling us what policy we have to adopt. It's just a draft, and we are able to edit it as we please. So if everyone is in consensus with that.
That still does, I'm sorry, I appreciate the suggestion. For me, that still doesn't satisfy the board taking part in the development of policy, as Mr. Grannon put it, the making the sausage.
But that's still a good suggestion.
I'm not saying it doesn't capture what I'm looking for. I'm appreciative
It doesn't
of
go all the way, but we should take that language
So
that
we
Ms.
can
Alvey just
put
suggested.
that in as a step forward until we're waiting for better language to come out. if
I'm
that
good
makes
with
sense.
that, sure.
Okay.
Could you repeat the language, Ms. Alvey?
Yeah, this top of page 3. The superintendent or the superintendent's designee and appropriate staff shall develop a draft policy in accordance with the timeline of policy scheduled for review in the upcoming school year. It's just re-adding the words a draft.
And that coincides with unstrike that draft.
Re-adding and unstriking.
And it
Restoring.
Restoring, yes.
Ms. Ortiz, is that do you want to weigh in on that a little bit? Because if we're doing kind of a quasi-live.
I think it would be helpful to have all of the suggested language together in order to come up with, the best, what could be the best or most effective language to address the concerns that have been raised. So I've definitely notated Ms. Alvey's recommendation, and it looks like folks seem to be in agreement with that, but I think it would also be helpful just to have any other recommended language, just so we can take it all together, all at once instead of piecemeal. I think that would be more helpful.
And then I'll just as a point that I'm hearing consistently throughout. At the beginning, it's at our annual meeting, and it's in July, and so when the calendar comes up and it says what season, I'll be honest, I'm assuming that people are doing what I'm doing, which is looking at that and saying, well, if there's any input, I'm going to go through the superintendent's staff to add to that, even though it may have come from another member, to get input and feedback in advance of it, just as an individual member, not me as a committee person, but me as a member. I'm looking at that calendar saying, gee, what are some of the things that and I'm going to be reading that as a member, as part of my job, what the existing is, and then saying, oh, this is coming open for the committee to review. Maybe there's some other suggestions to put along the way. That's something that every member that doesn't need a policy governance on, and it kind of also is another.
If I'm understanding what you're saying, I understand that in practice, So the policy committee and board members have been involved in the development of some policy, but it's not written, that piece of it is not written in our policy of policy. And
Oh,
I
no,
believe
I'm
it
just
should be.
saying that another thing is to the calendar as to, I just don't want to dismiss that, because we're talking about it publicly, that there's a calendar, so the policy on policy said it was coming up in the fall, and I don't think anybody received any suggested language changes, but that would be an example of where that could also help in advance for the staff review for comportability. In general.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Antwine and then Mr. Lai.
Thank you. Out of respect to what you requested, President Gillen, I'm going to withdraw a lot of my questions that I had and to include some amendments, but I'm on board with Ms. Ellis. We have, under our purview is the policy, and I have been, I'll use a southern phrase, I've had my hand spanked for making a motion to the board that the board introduces a policy for change and review. So it needs to be clear in here. I also am concerned with the request that the board members just gather up information to feed to you when we rely on your expertise in terms of the law, basically, to come up with that. Not to say that we won't do that, but to feed it to you and then you regenerate it, I think puts the process at a disadvantage. And we all want to respect the process. Finally, I requested in the agenda 7. The last item, basically, and I wanted to see if we could not withdraw that item since we're leaving this, because a lot of what my questions aligned with that area. If the board is okay with that, I would like to just withdraw that last item. Well, I can, if you all have different questions, I respect that, but all of my questions would have, I made the request not knowing this was coming up for review. And so if the board has different questions, of course, we'll entertain that, but
okay.
I'm making a motion to withdraw the last item.
Is there a motion? So there's a motion. Is there a second to withdraw? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Nope. I think we'll just do the voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Item 7.04 has been removed from. Anybody want to remove another one?
Oh, stop.
Sorry. Okay. Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hesitate to speak because I don't want to extend this any longer than it has to be extended. But for one who's observed the operations of this Board of Education for many, many years, both inside and out, and now back inside, I've never had a doubt that the Board of Education is intimately involved with the development of policy. That's never been something that came to mind to me before. And I just draw all of our attentions to just paragraph B of this policy. State law provides that a county board of education, with the advice of the superintendent, determines the educational policies of the school system. That's it. I mean, they're ours. We determine them. That includes development, advisory, review, adoption. I don't have any heartburn with the changes proposed from Mr. Grannon. I just wanted to highlight that for my fellow board members and the public, that if you have any doubt that this Board of Education has always been involved in development of policy, put that doubt far from your mind. As one who has been a staff member as well as a board member, the board has their fingerprints on everything that is in this policy manual. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leib. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, as I have stated, I have no doubt of how the process has been working and that the board has been involved. But when I look at the policy on creating policy as it's written in the policy development process, we don't have it written, even if that's been in the practice. I believe it should be in the policy to indicate. A family could move into the county, next year, no, my whole point is, if someone wants to know how this board creates policy and they read this, they will not see that the board is involved in the development of policy.
We can't live in Arundel. Oh, boy.
Why are we writing a policy on policy?
Just stop.
6.08. Anyway.
Okay.
It should be in writing. If that's how we're doing it, people should be able to see that. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Any further board questions or comments? All right, thank you. Any public comment? So at this point, just to bring it back, I hope, we've got a couple, I think, friendly suggestions that Ms. Ortiz is going to work on before posting this for 30 days, and then we'll be back on December 18th for second reading. Here's the dilemma, just to be transparent with everyone. I generally like breaking somewhat around this time for lunch. We're going to lose 2 board members, including myself, very soon. So what I was going to suggest is if we could just power through a couple more. I've been told our calendar, we were expecting a lot of questions on that, but I think many of them have been answered in advance, and we've got a number of people here representing the next couple of items. So I like to power through quickly, and then if we do need to break, we will, because I know stomachs growl. Item 6.04, Glen Burnie High School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the Glen Burnie High School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement.
Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion. There is a second, and is there a presentation on this one? No. Okay. Questions from board members? Questions or comments? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Mrs. Howell, this is a vote on item 6.04. Would you please call the roll, please?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grennan?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis? Aye. Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Elvey? Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you. Item 6.06 is, I'm sorry, item 6.05, Arundel Middle School Classroom Addition Schematic Design. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the Arundel Middle School Addition Schematic Design.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. There's no formal presentation, but we'll answer board questions at this point. And Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question. Looking at the secure vestibule, and in the front of the building and the reception area on page 43, what grade of windows will we be including in them? In other words, I remember we had from up at Sandy Hook, the young man who came in there and killed all those kids. First thing he did was shoot the windows out of the main entrance area and went in. So that's my question. In the vestibule, which is being considered in order to provide safety and security, what are we including? Bulletproof windows or bullet-resistant windows or something that cannot be overcome easily?
We do not include bulletproof glass. I'll let Jeff explain what type of glass he's recommending.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jeff Hagan with Horde Copeland Architects. The policy that we've been following on recent projects is to use laminated glass, which is less doesn't shatter quite as much. We do see an importance to have glass there, though, some visual appearance, so as you can see who's approaching your building, and that gives you a quicker chance to react to an incident. But simply answer your question is laminated glass.
I agree with the glass, and that's the whole reason to see and hear and do. But I would suggest that, based on how things have transpired in our country, that it'd be worth our while to ensure that those areas at least are the most crash-resistant, bullet-resistant, projectile-resistant, whatever you want to call it, product that can be had, should be in those areas.
We will look into that.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Ellis and then Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you. It's very exciting to see this coming together. looking at the pictures, I love the big windows. I'm a big proponent for daylight for the students. I see a courtyard in the plan, and I'm not sure if there's an answer available here today, but I had the opportunity to attend a lunch hour at Arundel Middle School, and in that school, my observation is the students were pretty restricted in their movement during lunch. Do we know what the plan is for the use of this courtyard space? Is there opportunity for students to get outside during lunch or at some point during the day? I don't know, Dr. Arlotto, if you're able to answer.
Yeah, that'll be up to the principal. After the development of the project, the principal, I'm sure, Mr. Lindley and his team will decide how they want the students to move about during the lunch hour.
So the inclusion of this courtyard in the project, you don't know if it was put there with an intention of using it?
The primary purpose, if I may, for the courtyard is to provide natural lighting into those classrooms.
Okay.
In the addition.
Got it.
The actual operation of it will be dictated by the school itself.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Schalheim.
On page 42, looking at the courtyard diagram, there doesn't appear to be any doors to enter that space. Is that accurate?
On the, if you turn to page 42, on the
there's
lower,
one. Oh, the
lower
top
level,
page.
there's two doors.
Oh, I see them now.
Either side.
Yes, thank you. And then to go back to Mr. Leib's concern, very good concern, very good observation. Is there a way to make that window not floor to ceiling where you can throw a brick through it and then walk through? Like, will it be a half window or transom of sorts instead?
Yeah, it's not meant to be a floor-to-ceiling window. It is just a small picture window to give a visual of somebody approaching the building.
Okay, all right, not enough to walk through.
Correct.
Or to jump through it. It's high enough.
And we can look at that. Yeah, I don't know that we've examined it for jumping through, but we can certainly look at that and make sure that
I think it's a
we address
valid.
that. Sure, no, that's a good point.
Also, my final question is, we all know, because we read the facilities master plan, that this will help, but in the future, it might not alleviate overcrowding as we would hope that it would. And in other proposals, we've seen, little areas where future build-ons can occur. I didn't see that in this, unless I missed it. I try to read every page, as you all know. Is for going further, are there opportunities for that?
Yes, we have, if you turn to page 37, it'll probably give you a better overview of the site plan for the school.
Yeah.
So at the same time that we're going to be doing this project, we're also enhancing the parking lot. Part of that upgrade to the parking lot involves moving that visitor parking that you see on that page down a little bit further. So in the future, if we did need to provide another addition onto this school, we could do a mirrored image on that side of the building.
Mirrored image.
To the addition on that.
Oh, on the other side of it?
Yes.
On the
other
back
side of
side, I didn't, from this aerial view, I wasn't sure what that space was between the building, existing building, and what I assume is a service and/or fire access road. So there
we'll
is
see if we
room
can
for
pull it
that?
up on the screen for you. So
Yes.
this is this site right here. So you see the entry arrow?
Yes.
So on the left side of that is where the addition is going to go. Can you slide one more down to page 37? Yep, right there. So you see the addition on the right side of the entry would be a mirrored image of that addition. We're leaving enough room so in the future we could provide another.
Oh, so you would axe the paths and put a building there?
Correct.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, this is an action item, so I think in order to implement Mr. Leib's suggestion, we need to take some action. So I move that we modify the schematic plan to include Mr. Leib's suggestion of the bullet-resistant glass and actually implement it. In other words, it's not just a suggestion. We really want you to do it.
So it's a motion?
Yeah, it's a motion.
There's a motion and a second.
Second, yeah.
Discussion on that specifically?
I think it's pretty clear.
I've got, the lights are lighting up now. Mrs. Ellis.
I'm not minimizing the importance of this, but I would be curious to know, do you know what a cost estimate of that is? Is that why it's not normally included? I don't know.
It will be increasing the cost.
Sure.
I don't have an order of magnitude. One thing that we have been taking recommendations from the Office of Security on what should be involved in the building. Another thing to note that all other windows in the building are not bulletproof. So designating the entryway as bulletproof doesn't necessarily deter someone from breaking another window, entering it that way. Another aspect of the security vestibule is the purpose of the security vestibule, as we've been told, is to provide a graduated entrance. So it's just to slow that individual down should something occur.
Thank you.
Right, but we don't need to advertise that this particular glass is bullet resistant. It would simply be transparent glass.
Okay, Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. My only question was, why choose laminate when it's the security vestibule if we're looking to heighten our security presence and posture? Why was the choice to go with laminate over, say, bulletproof? Why was that made? If it's just cost, then my vote is going to be to upscale, go with the bulletproof. But if laminate is secure enough, so to speak, then why not? That's my concern and question.
I wouldn't presume to guess what security office intention was that, but one thing I would recommend that if someone wants to gain entry into a building, they will do it. The other thing I would say is that laminated glass will not shatter as easily as previously mentioned, so if someone does throw a projectile at it, it'll still maintain its rigidity for some portion of that.
Withstand a bullet.
It's not going to resist a bullet.
And so the concern would go back to this, because of, as shared earlier, because we have experienced and heard about that normally being a means in is shooting out the entryway. It may be better that we look at the cost, what it would cost us, and do the bulletproof glass.
We could definitely investigate the costs.
Okay. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, so my understanding, to correct me if I'm wrong, is that laminate glass is similar to what we have, for instance, in our windshields on our car, that it will break, but stay intact.
Correct.
So, for instance, in a vestibule, which the main primary purpose is to give more time for the people inside, so if they were to do that, there would be the warning, people would have that access. My concern is if we say, we just want bulletproof glass for the vestibule, as you said, there's not bulletproof glass on all of our classrooms or anything like that. Somebody that is shooting, could go anywhere could go to any place. And if we're going to do it at one location, then we would need to look at everywhere. I'm not, given that our security team has approved this and feels that this is that the laminate glass is appropriate, I am hesitant to vote to change all of our schematic plans for this based on the recommendations that we currently have and the status that's there for the laminate glass.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. We've got a live motion on the floor with Mr. Grannon. It's been moved and seconded. Any further board discussion on that item? Yes, Mr. Grannon.
I'll just briefly state, I think I'm as kind of fiscally conservative as any member of the board, and I say that with all due respect. Whatever this one item is, in the grand scheme of this school, it is not going to be a large item, and it's of course a one-time investment that will, the integrity of it will last for decades. So I don't see why this is a big deal, and obviously, saying that you have to do it for every school, we're building new schools to be better, to take into account current conditions and current considerations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grannon. Mrs. Howell, this is a vote on the motion made by Mr. Grannon. I'm sorry. Public comment? Seeing none. Okay. Mrs. Howell, this is a vote on Mr. Grannon's motion to upgrade the windows, for lack of a better
Ms.
term.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, this is aye, but this is, of course, Mr. Live's suggestion. I just want that noted for the record.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis? Aye. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Salvi? And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
Okay, great. Now we're back to the original motion and board questions and comments on the schematic design. Any further questions on the schematic design? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none. Mrs. Howell, this is a vote on item 6.05, Arundel Middle School Classroom Addition Schematic Design. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Corkadow?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Salvi? Aye. Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to item 6.06, Old Mill West High School Schematic Design. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the Old Mill West High School schematic design.
Is there a motion to approve? We've got a motion and a second, and for this one, we do have a presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, members of the board. I'm Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities, and with me is
Kyle Roof, Supervisor, Planning, Design, and Construction.
And I'm Gretchen Wagner with GWWO Architects.
We're here to present the schematic design for Old Mill West High School located on the property now known as Papa John's Farm. This plan will construct a new high school according to the Old Mill Complex Master Plan. The educational specifications were approved in May, and now we've completed the schematic design. As you're familiar with, the schematic design translates the educational specifications into drawings, which establish spatial requirements, adjacencies, and circulation patterns for the building and the site. Old Mill West High School design is based on the design of Crofton High School. And Kyle will walk you through the project summary.
The base design for this project has a state-rated capacity of 1882 and will include a regional special education program. We have also included a scalable 12-classroom add alternate to increase the state-rated capacity to up to 2137. The total project budget is estimated at $157.2 million, and this includes the $126 million shown on the slide here, as well as AE, which is architects and engineering, as well as construction management fees, technology, utilities, and other project support activities. Pending construction funding approval in the FY21 budget request, we anticipate construction starting in April of '21 and lasting through May of '24. The first year of student occupancy would then be the school year of '24-25. And now I'll let Gretchen show you the rest of the project.
Looking at the existing site plan, I'm sure as you know, Old Mill West High School will be located in Severn, Maryland. It's on the northern part of the site. We're looking at New Cut Road. On the east side of the site, it's bordered by I-97, and on the southern part of the site, Grover Road. Currently, you may know the site. It's currently home to Papa John's Barn and the associated farm. So there's greenhouses and some auxiliary barns and residences on that site, as well as an irrigation pond, but it is primarily farmland. Directly across from the site, Archbishop Spalding High School is located there, and then there are several residential communities around the site. Moving on to the proposed site plan, I just want to let you know I'm going to walk you through the proposed site plan and the plans, and then at the end we actually have an animation that will fly through the site, so that should really help you visualize what's there. Currently we're proposing the main entrance to the school off of New Cut Road, which you can see there. We'll be proposing an internal circulation that sort of loops through the site, and with the secondary entrance, you can see there to the south off of Grover Road. That would be for buses. primarily. We've distributed the parking throughout the site and interspersed it with some of the athletic fields. This really allows us to break up the parking, locate the fields, consider after-hour uses, as well as really serve the school during school hours. So you can see that the layout of the school is on the northern part of the building is the classroom bar, very similar to Crofton High School, as it was mentioned, and then linked back to the main part of the building. And then we've situated the stadium there to the southern part of the site. This is the plan. You can see that most of the core learning spaces are there to the left in that classroom bar. We're showing where potentially we could do that scalable classroom addition. That's a 3-story classroom bar, and we would propose that you could do 2 classrooms on either end of that bar on 3 levels. That bar is linked back to the school, the main part of the building where most of the common facilities are, by little glass walkways that then form a courtyard, which could be used for educational purposes. Just past there, you can see in the green, that's the administration and the main entrance there to the right of that. And then in the blue, that's the regional special education program. And then moving south, plan south, you can see we have the auditorium, the auxiliary gym, the gym moving to the right, and the cafeteria. So all of those spaces off of sort of that main spine of the school and easily accessible to all the students. On the second floor, linked by a stairway in the main lobby there that would lead right up from the main entrance, we have the guidance there in the purple. It's really important to really have that administrative presence on all floors. And directly to the right of that is the media center, also located kind of off of that common spine and accessible to all of the students. Again, we have a lot of the common core, learning spaces in that classroom bar to the left, and then on the third floor, this is mostly science labs, but again, those core learning spaces. We have some aerials here as well as a section. So this, you can kind of see how we've aligned that main entrance onto the site. You're looking at the softball field there to the right, the parking sort of distributed throughout, and there on the left, the bus loop flanking the school. You can see right in the center where the drop-off area is, that's where the main entrance is. And then kind of the massing of the site, you'll notice that that 3-story bar we've pulled off of New Cut Road and located a multi-purpose field in front of it. Just another view, looking kind of from the residential area in Grover Road, how that would be situated on the site. You can see 97 there at the northern part of this. And then one additional view from the I-97 side. And then I believe the next one, that should take us through an animation so that you can really see how this building sits on the site and is located with the fields and its adjacent surroundings. So the classroom bar there, moving past, you can see the softball and baseball on the left. Located a lot of the multi-purpose fields right there in the front of the school. And then we're moving around to focus in on the main entry here. The parking and drop off right there in the front, easily accessible. And then moving over, you can see we have the athletics entrance here, adjacent to the stadium and some of the fields, as well as the bus parking area, which would be double striped for after hours events. And then finally the stadium. So if you hit escape, it will stop playing. Okay, thank you. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you for the virtual helicopter ride. We'll turn to board questions, and we've got a couple. Ms. Anchoring.
Well, that was nice. Thank you very much. And actually, having that virtual view allowed me to better understand, because I often take this route and it's crowded already. So if we're introducing a whole high school, my question would have been the egressing and, of course, the in and out in the fields. So my new question is one about the stadium. Where's the concession stand?
It's actually it's a little hard to see here because the classroom bar thing has popped up there, but it's directly, if you come in on that main entrance off of New Cut and turn, it really terminates the axis of that drive. So there'll be a field house and concessions building, which will really just be that entrance right into that stadium.
So then, my second question, the drop-off loop, in accordance to both the existing and the proposed, the drop-off loop is where the irrigation used to occur. How much effort is being made to mitigate concerns of, flooding or otherwise, with that being a main artery of?
There'll be quite a bit of site grading taking place during this whole construction process, and any remnants of that irrigation pond will be removed.
Okay. And so what we're looking at with the two high schools at this point being there, I do go back to the traffic concerns and the safety, of course, that's there. The main entrance was chosen as a New Cut rather than maybe the Grover Road entrance. Could you help me understand why that choice was made?
The separations from bus and pedestrian traffic is one of our biggest concerns and what we like to look at during any school construction process. So the actual buses will be coming in off of Grover. The main entrance was chosen on New Cut, and I'll let Gretchen speak a little bit more to that.
Sure. We are currently conducting a traffic study. It is not complete yet. We've had some preliminary conversations with the traffic engineer, and so moving forward, this is sort of our best guess at where this entrance really needs to be. We will obviously be coordinating there and making sure that we're addressing concerns. But as Kyle said, it is preferable to really separate that drop off car traffic from the bus traffic to really have a safe site.
Understood. I just know on Grover Road there's that huge community there of possible students going there and introducing that. So I just wanted to understand the difference in the choice that was made there. Finally, with the parking itself, I see that we have two lots, and even on the virtual view, it doesn't appear to me to be ample enough parking. Are there plans to introduce alternative parking, or how much parking is this ample in the projected state, or is this you're getting what I'm going?
Sure,
where I'm going
sure.
here. Especially with the students coming, especially with the students coming on board. What we don't want them to do is start using alternatives to parking.
Sure. I can tell you what's currently on the site. There are actually 3 lots, and we're providing for 500 spaces, which was in the educational specification, and we are meeting that requirement. And then there is an intent that for after-hours events at the stadium or on site, that the bus loop would be double striped for parking, so could also be utilized at that point.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. If the board would allow me, I normally like to defer, but my questions are very aligned with Ms. Antwine's. And I know the traffic study is underway. I use Grover Road daily to cut through to veterans. I probably shouldn't, but I do. And Grover Road's narrow.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think of buses turning in and out, whether they're turning right or left, out of the school or even into the school. Do you know if any work is going to be done to Grover Road to widen the road to accommodate the additional traffic, or are they planning to keep it one lane each way? Again, early stage, I understand.
Right. So based on what information we get with our coordination with the county and also with the state highway, we'd be able to better determine how the actual entrances will be placed, whether turn lanes will be required what other additional traffic measures will be needed.
Okay, and then the second follow-up to that, with the entrance at New Cut, sort of, the extension of Archbishop Spalding's, what we have listed as Archbishop Spalding, I think Spalding Lane, maybe. There's currently no traffic light there. Is the expectation that there would be a traffic light?
That would continue with the traffic impact analysis, and with guidance from State Highway, we'd be able to better determine. So once we get that, we'll have more information on how that will actually look.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we would like one there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, like, checkbox for common sense, but, government being government. Okay, Mrs. Ellis, thank you for that.
Thank you. And most of my questions were about the traffic as well, so thank you for your questions. That's been answered for now. But going back to the parking spaces, you said there are 500. Is that staff and students?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
That's our standard ed spec for this size high school.
That's our standard. So, because I know that parking can be a premium at a lot of our high schools. So are we not looking to expand that as we build new schools? Excuse me. I'm thinking a school of roughly 2,000 students. We've got 400 to 500 seniors.
If we accept the additional add alternate and increase the capacity there, we would look at some alternative parking because we would need some at that point, yes.
Okay, so there are places to do that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mrs. Schallheim.
I thank you for this wonderful presentation. I love the aerial tour. I have a question about all of the existing buildings on that site and, just trying to live green in general. Are we going to make any effort to demo those in a way that parts of them can be reused? I'm thinking like Habitat for Humanity kinds of stuff, or even better, well, not better, or reused in some way, incorporated into the school in some manner.
At this time, we haven't considered those options. None of them, I believe, are registered under the historic nature. So at this time, the way the school is planned out, all those buildings will be demolished.
Right. I just hope that we're, this is unique in that there's a lot of outbuildings and it looks like at least one residence and greenhouses and whatnot. Like, I just encourage you, all these things have value, and even to demo thoughtfully the residents on site for charitable purposes like Habitat for Humanity or otherwise, I think would be a really nice thing to do. So I really hope that you're not just going to bulldoze them and be done. There's also rebuilding materials businesses around. I've frequented them in the past for various things, and that's another way to donate otherwise, reusable items. These things, just because they don't have a life with us doesn't mean they don't have a life at all. So.
We will investigate that.
Yeah. And then I'm going to make my pitch as I always do. Solar, geothermal, do it, please. Thank you. And reflective roofs or anything else that can be useful in terms of making this building as green as possible. And I thank you in advance for your consideration of all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed as I look at the layout, there are two main entrances proposed for Meade High School. One is Old Mill, my mistake, I apologize, is designated as the main entrance. Then the other entrance will be from the bus loop on that side, correct?
Yes.
The doors coming in from the bus loop side, are they anticipated to be glass doors, or are they going to be solid doors?
They would be glass.
Yes.
They'll be glass?
They would have glass in them.
Okay. And then also the connection to the classroom wing. You mentioned that'll be glass, so see in and see out, correct?
Yes.
And of course, for the main entrance glass doors and a glass vestibule.
Yes.
Correct. Well, I have, the same observation that I had from Arundel Middle School, as far as those are means of egress into the school. And that's what I'm concerned with. And I'm concerned about the window. We have windows everywhere, and a lot of can happen. But when someone can come in and out of any building, especially in this day and age, I believe it's still in our best interest to have that be as resistant as possible. So I would just hate to do it to everybody, but I would move that, we incorporate, bulletproof glass in those instances where appropriate in order to, make that ingress and egress, that much more difficult.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Discussion on this motion. I think we've had it already. Public comment, seeing none. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll on Mr. Live's motion?
Ms. Corkado?
Aye.
Mr. Grennan?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis? Aye. Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Selby? And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
Great, thank you. Back to the original motion. Further questions on the schematic design? Seeing none, any public comment on the schematic design? Seeing none. Okay, this is a vote on item 6.06, Old Mill West High School schematic design. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Corkado?
Aye.
Mr. Grennan?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Selby? Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great, thank you. And
Thank
again,
you.
just in the public's best interest or for full transparency, Old Mill West High School is a temporary name. It's not the name of the school. So again, it's just a placeholder name. We got some questions previously on that. Yes. Item 6.07, Meade High School Revitalization Design Development. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the Meade High School Revitalization Design Development.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
We've got a motion and a second, and there is a brief presentation for the high school as well. Ms. Antoine, you're firing away on the light here today.
Once again, Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities. Oh.
Kyle Roof, Supervisor, Planning, Design, and Construction.
Good afternoon, Ron Ilkovich, SEI Architects.
Great, welcome. Thank you
We
for
are
being
here to present the design development documents for Meade High School. The educational specifications were approved by the board in February 2018 and the schematic design in June of 2019. The design development phase is a technical refinement of the previously approved schematic design. This includes designing classroom layouts, selecting building materials, and systems. And Kyle will walk you through a brief summary of costs, and then Ron will walk you through the building.
Thank you. The current design for the project provides a minor increase in the state rated capacity for the school, but will be adding approximately 120,000 gross square feet to the building. As noted on page 7 of the full report, the construction estimate for this project is $106.8 million. This includes building and site construction costs, as well as any abatement required for this project. The project is dependent largely on grant funding provided by the Department of Defense Office of Economic Adjustment. Provided that the funds are received in the late spring of 2020, we anticipate construction starting in September of 2020 and continuing until 23. As detailed on page 13 of the full report, the project will be a phased renovation project. Students will be rotated throughout the school to accommodate the construction activities while also maintaining the functionality of the school building. Now I'll turn it over to Ron to go into more detail.
My page numbers are different from... Page 76. So thank you for having us again. This is a very exciting project we're all involved with here. This is the proposed site plan for the Meade High School project. We see that Meade High School really serves two directions, the post side of the high school as well as the 175 side of the high school. Working with your transportation staff and the collaborators and stakeholders in this early schematic design process, we identified the entry sequences as the diagram on the left indicates for buses, parent drop-off, and parkers for students. And as a result, have designed the site to accommodate the ideal scenario for those circulation patterns. Coming from the north is the bus loop and the teacher parking, the staff parking area. Completely segregated from that circulation loop will be the parking and parent drop-off from the 175 side. Those will enter to the front of the building, which is between, and the new main entry, which will form a formal front to the new building between the administration and cafeteria area here on this diagram. Another really interesting part of this project is the way that the project will relate to the post side, and students and parents and those coming from the post side. If you could scroll down just a little bit on the slide, thank you. There's also an entry to the site from Clark Road. That will be a controlled entry from the post, and that will allow both pedestrian and vehicle traffic for both its own parking and its own parent drop-off that will then loop around to the front of the building and allow those students to come in through the same main entry, allowing security control, allowing the real formality of the school to be open to all the students in an equitable fashion. So that was kind of the idea of the site plan design. And we've accommodated, I believe, 531 parking spaces around the perimeter in appropriate ratios to serve the appropriate components. So, for example, the child care, the quantity of students, and the quantity of staffs accordingly. So that was all coordinated. Before we move off of this slide, I want to take advantage of this diagram to identify the building circulation system itself. And I want to point out that great care was taken to simplify this building. Those of you who know this building know it can be a maze with not only a series of corridors through the building, but also changes in elevation. So a great deal of design effort was put forth to simplify this. And I think seeing here the main instructional bar directly adjacent to main entry, and a public bar adjacent to the auxiliary gym, gymnasium, and theater that can be used for evening use, and a loop circulation pattern that truly simplifies the circulation pattern, but also allows us to observe and supervise the building in a much more effective manner. If we can move 3 pages down. Perfect. I'm going to refer to this as the lower level plan. Those of you who know the building, it's essentially a split level school. You see the identification of floor elevation 1 and floor elevation 2 here. So the lower level is those two plans together. Directly on the east side, the protrusion of the building is the security vestibule, which will be our main entry. It is, like all our projects, controlled by the reception area. And when we come in through that main entry, we have an interesting opportunity that doesn't exist in the school right now. By using the stair to the north of that entry, a new learning stair moving up to the second level, and the stair going down, as well as the new elevator in this location, there is one location from which all 4 floor elevations of the building are accessible, which is an opportunity that does not exist in the building right now. What that allows us to do is disperse students almost immediately as they come into the building. Continuing beyond there is the communicating space, which also offers opportunity at its end to move upward and downward in the building. And we've taken the opportunity of the split level elevations to create collaborative learning environments, taking advantage of those changes in topography and elevation to create stepped learning and seating areas. So these are really great opportunities that were able to be made from this difficulty of traversing the different floor elevations. Getting to the left of that communicating space, we then start to disperse into the instructional areas. You'll notice the corridors get smaller. It becomes a little bit more private. To the south, there are what we'll call the public evening function programs, the auditorium, the gymnasium, the auxiliary gym. And if you'll scroll down just a little bit for me, thank you. These will all be served by new facilities, new toilet functions, everything. This building will feel new when we're complete here. But evening use can then be separated from the secure side of the building during those evening functions so that people don't necessarily have access to the remainder of the building. And one really grand move that was promoted by the stakeholders was to move the team rooms to the south of that function so that students aren't moving through and there aren't muddy cleats walking through the school coming from the fields. And that serves the basketball as well from the backside. So there's a real distinction between the public and what the public sees and the private side and the back of house functions. If we'll go to the next slide, please. Moving upward in the building, the second floor follows that same philosophy of simplification. And the one thing I'd like to point out on this slide, these large X areas, whether they be the new courtyard that's being cut in, the new courtyard that's being created by the addition to the north, or the communicating space, is the amount of natural light and airiness that will be cutting into this building. It's a very massive dark core in the building right now. So creating this communicating space, creating a naturally lit courtyard and another naturally lit courtyard to the north, which stakeholders have talked about using for their science, technology, and education program on the outdoor controlled learning environment, was really a target for this project as well. One more slide. From the building facade standpoint, there was a real impact or emphasis from the stakeholders to give it a collegiate feel, to give it a future, where are we going? Where are our students moving to? So that was, in addition to conforming with some of the existing conditions, to really make it a future-looking project. And if you could go, just keep I'm switching books here.
Page 89.
Page 89, please. Thank you. Thanks, Kyle. One of the great things about the evolution of the stakeholder involvement process is we've gotten an opportunity to really meet with every one of your department stakeholders. Within that plan, one of the things that has evolved since the last time you've seen it in schematic design is really an opportunity to look at every space. How is education being delivered? How is learning occurring? And what is the ideal learning environment of every space? So the back of your book has demonstrations of the result of all that, in addition to the technical components of the project that Kyle referenced in the beginning. So with that, thank you. Appreciate your patience and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Looks like we have a couple questions. Ms. Antoine?
Thank you, Vice President Cookdale. First of all, thank you all very much for, I know specifically I have been kind of a stickler for the design here and especially the funding that's associated with that. So with this being November and of course the budget cycle for federal system starting over the fiscal year starting over in October, wanted to better understand from you all where we are in terms of getting the funding to move this forward.
We'll be submitting for the construction grant at the end of the year, and then they have to go through their technical review, and hopefully the timing will be such as we would like to put this out to bid as we get the approval.
So the projection for the starting in 2020, the anticipation is once you request it, you'll receive it.
That's our hope.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so that'll be December 2019, so we'll better know by that time we're federally, the federal funding where it sits as well by that time. Okay, thank you. The second question I had, of course, was the construction, which you actually answered, but I wanted to make sure I'm understanding correctly. The natural light and the focus on the facility environment to enhance learning, I sincerely appreciate that. Being a person that went, nothing against the Army Corps of Engineering when they designed this school, but because the front was made the back, or maybe, but because the front was made the back, it just made it hard for the students. So my question would be then for the cell phone and the cellular use, in those considerations, do you know whether or not it makes it easier to get access to the use of wireless devices?
The facility will be fully equipped with Wi-Fi throughout. So they'll be able to access their Wi-Fi through on their personal devices anywhere within the building.
Not necessarily personal. I guess I should rephrase that. Right now, it's very difficult either on your wireless or say we want to do a presentation such as this. We have to go to specific areas in the school to get that done. So I was trying to see if you guys have considered those, I would say, dead spots in the school in this redesign.
Absolutely. It will be just like every other high school where you can get in any area, you could do presentations and receive information.
Excellent. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. You were correct. This is a very exciting project. Quick question. You did mention students will be sort of moved around throughout the different phases. Can you tell me, as far as the educational experience of students while this is going on, how noise might impact or any other concerns, how it might impact their day?
I can speak to that. This project will be very similar to what we performed at Northeast High School, where we rotated the students out to portable classroom units. We'll try to minimize the impact as much as possible. The construction will be isolated to off-school hours when at all possible. Noise will be limited. Roof work will be limited to prevent smells and construction noise and et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mrs. Shawheim.
Yes, very exciting indeed. I had a couple questions pretty much on any page, but I'll just turn to page 10, proposed upper floor plan. I was looking at this. This is what I have to do because until I get my bifocals. There's like a square footage noted on for every classroom, and then there's another square footage in brackets.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me why?
We identify the actual square footage as measured, and then in brackets is the educational specification square footage so it's easy to compare.
So the brackets are what now? Sorry.
The brackets are the intent, the goal
intent?
of the educational specification.
Okay.
And the upper number is the actual as measured in
So
the
it's
room.
to account for like cabinetry and what have you.
Wall thicknesses, whatever.
Got it. Yeah, because I looked at that, I was like, whoa, that's interesting. I mean, as we go through all these plans, my questions get less and less, right? But I'm gonna, we're now at the phase of this project where I hope I'll get a distinct answer. The geothermal and solar, what are we doing for both of these? And if we're not, why not?
We are not including those in this portion of the project or this project at all.
Why not?
Due to funding. So funding is limited to what we can get from the federal government. This project is largely funded or would be funded out of the federal grant. So there's only so much money that we can ask for. Part of our construction process is to contribute a match. So it's an 80-20 split between the funds. So 80% of the funding would come from the federal government, while 20% would come from local government. Part of our match is previously spent funds. The HVAC system was recently upgraded, and that is part of our match. So any removal of that system, upgrades to that system would be a detriment to our match.
But a lot of these companies, I can name 3 off the top of my head, I'm sure there are dozens, can offer these things at a zero capital outlay. We all know this. And they essentially, take a cut off the savings, right? I mean, this is how this works. I don't remember the acronym. But you have this enormous opportunity to lessen our impact on the environment forever and to lessen our cost of maintaining power and light, the building, for decades. So why we're not taking advantage of that, it's mind-boggling to me. Can you help me understand?
Like Kyle said, part of our match with the DOD is the money we've already spent at that school. So if we tear that out and replace it with something else or do something different, then we would have to come up with that money because we no longer could use it as a match. So that would have to be county funded. on that side.
Not
So
if there's a zero capital outlay. I mean, these people come in and they make it happen for us, yeah?
right, we're looking at it on all our other projects, but with this one, because it's so strict with our match, we just don't want to put anything in jeopardy.
I understand. I hate to see, and I get that this is a unique one, and I understand that we're under a lot of different rules because we're working with not just the federal government, but the Department of Defense. I mean, I hear you, and I'm sensitive to all that, but I also do see a wasted opportunity. Is there an opportunity on any portion of the site to do a ground array of solar panels?
This, the property is actually owned by the Department of Defense. We lease the property, so we're limited on whatever ground disturbances we can do. If that answers any of your question. There is also a portion, if I can direct you to page 62 of the report, it does list a bunch of energy conservation and sustainable measures that we are pursuing with this project.
I'm not sure that our page numbers align.
This is in the full report. I believe you have the abbreviated report.
Yeah.
The full report is listed under board docs.
Yeah. So what, I'm sorry, what page number?
Page 62.
Okay. Page 62 of full report, okay. All right, so do we have to meet lead silver on this, like all of our
We are
others?
not pursuing lead silver on this project.
Are we meeting any equivalency of that?
We're not pursuing any lead certification.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
So you all conducted a workshop with us to go into, because you brought that up before, Ms. Shaham, and it was explained to me that because previous funding was utilized for those efforts, there would be none moving forward because of the constraints from the DOD. So it's not to say that it has not been done or there aren't plans for it. We just can't do it under this funding umbrella. Is that what we're to understand?
Could you rephrase the question?
Okay, that makes it difficult. No. So what I'm saying is, and I'm just going by my own DOD acquisition days, we have to utilize the money for what is being given to us for. And so if there is a line item for lead silver, let's say, right? And we have already previously utilized funding for that effort, then we cannot go back later and do that. Otherwise, we'll have to either reimburse the government or pay for it ourselves. And so because we're using the funding, this 80-20 split, that is the reason we're choosing not to pursue some of the environmental construction renovations that could happen or do happen in other efforts.
LEED would have a significant impact on the overall cost of the project. One of the cost components is previously spent funds. As we've stated before, the HVAC system was recently upgraded, I believe in 2010. And during that time, that money was already spent. So if we would upgrade it to meet LEED Silver requirements, we would be spending somewhere in the tune of around $10 million additional dollars.
Mic's off. I want it for public understanding, for them to understand that we are not considering those environmental concerns. It's just we have constraints in terms of funding and what we're allowed to do at this point in time. That's my understanding.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Leib and then Mrs. Hummer.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many of you know on the board, I've been involved with this. The initiation of this project goes back 10 years at least, with the Office of Economic Adjustment of the Department of Defense, having to do with the base realignment and closure actions at Fort George G. Meade. And just to build on Ms. Antwine's statement, the funds that have been provided through the Office of Economic Adjustment are for certain things. And they looked at it, they came out and they did a detailed inspection of Meade High School. Their whole team from the DOD came, escorted by Alex and his good folks, and they looked at what they determined would be needed to meet the requirements and specifications as they saw it. And when they looked at that, they saw that the HVAC system, et cetera, was upgraded in 2010, and they then determined, as they're doing it, that they weren't going to provide the money to do that because it wasn't came through in their inspection. So I think what you said, Ms. Antoine, is right on point, and that's why you were limited in what we're doing. And it is interesting to know this whole design effort was funded by the Department of Defense, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And I go back to my previous questions having to do with the other schools. Looking at the main entrances, they're both of the main entrances or vestibules there?
The primary main entrance for daytime use is a guided vestibule, as you're accustomed to seeing it, as is the second one too.
As is the second.
Yes, sir. And there is an evening office reception area there as well.
Understood. Well, I have the same concern that I expressed earlier, that these main entrances for egress and ingress, that are those doors glass doors, or are they?
Yes, sir.
And the vestibule is glass, so we can see, and the people looking out from the main office can see. Well, I would have the same concerns regarding, the integrity of that entrance, and I would offer the motion that they be, bulletproof glass.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second, and I think we've all said our piece on that topic before. Okay, Mrs. Ellis.
So does the unique nature of the funding of this project in any way preclude us from being able to do this? I don't know how that works.
It would not preclude
Okay.
you from doing this.
I'm good, thanks.
All right, any other questions from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none. On this motion? No, that's what I'm asking. Right, this is a vote on Mr. Live's motion. Yeah, it supersedes action at this point. So, Mrs. Howe, this is a vote on Mr. Live's motion. It's been made and seconded. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Corkedow?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Albee? Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
Okay, back to the main, Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, as a mother of a Meade parent and another one who's coming in, I want you to do this quickly so that they can take advantage of it before they graduate. It should be, if the timeline follows, that one will be there all during construction but should get some benefits and the other one will be there. I know we are all hopeful that this funding's still going to go through, and I do want to give a shout out because I know Congressman Ruppersberger has been working hard for us on the federal level to try to make sure that this funding is not cut in some way. So I do want to give him a shout out and a thanks to him for all of his efforts on that level to get this, and thank you all for all your work.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Any further questions on or comments on this item? Any public comment? Seeing none, Mrs. Hall, would you please call the roll on the Meade High School revitalization design development?
Ms. Corkedow?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Albee? Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, thank you. I just want to get a sense from the board, because it is getting late, and we are going to lose 2 members shortly. And we do have the internal auditor's report during a working lunch. My recommendation was going to be to pause now, but we would be losing 2 of us for that. So are we okay to keep going? We're okay? Yep. All right. Item 6.08 is the 2020-2021 school year calendar. This is an information item, and we've got a presentation from Mr. Mosier. Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer, here to present item 6.08 of the 2020-2021 school year calendar. By way of review, the board crafted a calendar survey that we distributed from October 4th through 16th. It was distributed in English and Spanish, and it essentially asked 3 questions. First, do respondents want to start school essentially before or after Labor Day? And we gave them 2 mocked up calendars to look at, which start on August 31st and approximately June 11th, start September 8th, and approximately June 18th. Second was more of a blueprint question for the board. Do people want to start always before Labor Day, always after Labor Day, or to make it an it depends, depending on where Labor Day falls? So as you'll see in a few minutes, the board opted not to put dates in that option C, right? It was truly an it depends. And so you'll have to decide for yourselves how that impacted the outcome. And then the third question was the Easter spring break question and the restoration to a full week. So 12,600 or so respondents, about 60% parents. That's typically the breakdown that we see in these surveys. This is the cluster breakdown, basically the same pattern that we also see in clusters. So with regard to the questions, the start and end date question, very close, 300 or so votes. 51% preferred the post-Labor Day start, 49% the pre-Labor Day start. The second question, and this is why I referenced the it depends date piece, right? You see the always before Labor Day, 15%, always after Labor Day, 43%, and then the 41%. So again, you have to decide for yourselves whether that was impacted by the lack of a date there. Then the Easter spring break question broke down this way, 42% for a full week, 27% not, and then 31% in it depends. So with that information, the superintendent recommended a calendar to the calendar committee that would begin on the 31st of August, tentatively end on the 11th of June. Keep the same holiday closings as the 1920 calendar, the only exception being that Rosh Hashanah falls on a weekend. In 2021, it begins on a Friday evening and then goes through Saturday, but you have an election day that you would have to account for. So the number of closing days stays the same. 3 days again for parent-teacher conferences, the 2 in the fall and the 1 in the spring. The first day of the 2-day fall set would be Columbus Day. That's a very purposeful decision on the part of the superintendent. That's a response to a lot of feedback that we've had about trying to align it where possible with the federal holiday. And so where it fell this year, or where it falls next year, allows us to do that. There will be 12 early dismissal days. That is the same as we have had. 8 at the end of the marking periods, 2 in each marking period, and then the 4 equity and achievement gap PD days. 2 built-in days for weather, and a conditional 3rd on the parent-teacher conference day. So that's what the committee was given to start with from the superintendent. And so this is the committee makeup. Each bargaining unit is invited to send 2 representatives. The CAC 2, County Council PTAs 2, and CRASC 2, and then you see the offices, the ACPS offices there, which can have 1 representative each. So the first question that we posed to the calendar committee was this. We took the calendar recommended by the superintendent and said, does anybody want to discuss a post-Labor Day start? And no one did. So we moved on with the calendar that the superintendent had proposed, and the calendar committee opted to make 1 big change, which then spurred 2 other changes, and that was to add the 3 days back to Easter spring break to make it a full week. Which then changes the last projected day of school for students and also changes the last projected day of work for teachers. There was some other discussion that I promised I would bring up. Particularly the 2 TAC representatives raised the issue of the October parent-teacher conference days, Columbus Day and the day after, coming too early in the marking period. So we had a good amount of discussion about moving them to some other time. In the discussion with the federal holiday, Veterans Day was brought up. Veterans Day, however, falls in the 2nd marking period, and particularly the parents in the room felt that they wanted to keep the parent-teacher conference days in the 1st marking period to be able to impact children's grades there. We looked at the next week, the week of, I think it's the 19th of October, and then there was discussion about coming away from the federal holiday only by a week, and what angst that might cause for folks who are federal employees. I will tell you that where it falls now, it is the 7th week, the start of the 7th week of a 10-week marking period. So that's where that falls. So that is the calendar that is before you now for your information, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. We have a couple of questions. Mrs. Schallheim.
I thank you for putting the survey together and releasing it and coordinating all of this, and also to all the members out there who might be watching of the calendar committee. I thank you for your work on this. I don't have. Well, I just want to make sure it's clear. In the very front part of your presentation, I believe there was a typo. The superintendent's recommendation, shouldn't that be June 16th? Am I wrong?
No, this is the recommendation to the committee.
To the committee.
Right, which kept the 3-day Easter, it kept all of the holidays the same. Right. Right.
Got
So
it.
when the committee adds the 3 days, you have to go from the 11th.
Yes, but then from that, your recommendation came to be what the calendar committee recommended?
Right. So your policy.
So you're for spring break, is what I'm saying.
He is recommending this bill. Yes, that's.
Sorry, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be funny for anyone else. Okay, I just want to be sure it's clear because.
Right. This
You
slide
folks
is what the
watching at home.
superintendent recommended to the calendar committee.
Fantastic. I'm the one who asked for all those calendars. I'm sure it was obvious. And so, for those who are watching at home, I asked for all the calendars going back to the 70s. Okay, I'm not sorry. I put together a little document for my colleagues up here. I want to point out that from 92 onwards, those two columns should be reversed. That was my script. Never mind. I want to point people to this as a means of saying, both in the big, both in the top part of my document I've released to you all and in the bottom, that it is not uncommon for us as a school system to craft school calendars that are based on logic, and when spring break falls really late, to acknowledge that and weigh that against the possible offensiveness of going straight through the end of June, and then having as a result a pre-Labor Day start. So yes, it started in earnest as a trend in the early 90s. 92, 93 was that first year, but you'll see in 82, 83 that happened before. And then in the bottom, I have these other dates too, where we and other counties around the country have also done, a pre-Labor Day start when Labor Day has been really late. So I know we're going to get into it on this. This is obviously a topic of concern for all of us. It is, it's a great tool for planning purposes. It's also, as I noted last year, an instructional tool. And so I just wanted to point people to my little bit of research. I also, just for everyone's, just to have it all in front of them, I also included what spring break was in all these years, and it has flip-flopped a bit. It's gone from a Thursday to a Monday to just a Friday and a Monday, and then for several years, starting in 2011 up until we had that executive order, it was pretty standardly a Monday to Monday spring break, with the exception of the 2014-2015 school year where it was a Wednesday to a Monday. So I did this work just to let you all know what, I kind of condensed all of those calendars into something that's digestible. But I'm really grateful for this calendar. I think it's a fair and logical solution, and I like all parts of it. So I thank the committee again. I thank Dr. Arlotto for his input on this too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Ms. Salvi, and then Ms. Antoine.
So I have several questions, but I'm hoping that there'll be yes or no answers.
Okay.
So for Easter and spring break, when we write it in the calendar, does it have to say Easter/spring break, or can we just say spring break? So it's not specific to Easter.
I would say that's a decision that you as a board can make.
Okay. The next thing was I saw an issue. It says on the July 20th that Eid al-Fitr is July 20th, but that's actually Eid al-Adha. So if you could fix that, because it said twice.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then under religious observances, it says Anne Arundel County Public Schools will operate on a normal schedule on the following days of major religious observance. But then Yom Kippur is included under that. However, we have off of school on Yom Kippur. So either we remove Yom Kippur or just reword that so it makes sense.
I'll take care of that.
And then if we're talking about religious observances, would Easter and Christmas fall under that? As to list in that as a religious observance?
Well, Easter and Christmas by law, you have to be closed. You can't be
okay, so we would just take out Yom Kippur then.
And I would take out Rosh Hashanah as well.
Okay.
Because the board has voted to close
Okay. And then it says Jewish and Muslim religious observance dates are set according to the lunar calendar. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think Diwali is also set or under the lunar calendar, which is the no moon day.
So this is the same language from your calendar last year. And so
Okay.
when we had the discussion in the spring, I provided this exact language to the gentleman at the Hindu temple that I was working with,
Okay.
and he was fine with this.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure. And then I don't know if this is a policy thing, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the last paragraph says students who are absent from school due to a religious observance, as noted on this calendar, will be allowed to make up all work missed due to that absence. Would it be possible to instead say will be excused from all work on that day?
So this exact language came from the board in a motion made by Mr. Grannon 2 years ago, which added the perfect attendance piece to it.
Okay.
So we can certainly change it.
Okay, but that would have to be a separate.
No, I'm just pointing out to you that language came from a board action.
Okay.
So we can just do it. It's not, I just wanted to point it out.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. Ms. Alvey, I'm missing the last part. What were you reading about the student observance and the being absent that day?
It's the very last paragraph under religious observances, the second line.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, got it. Sure, I'll look at that in a few. My question came back, Mr. Mosier, thank you for the presentation and for your work in getting this info, and for any corrections that you've done since. My question was, you mentioned something about Veterans Day, and I kind of missed it. I wasn't understanding were there plans to have the PD days on Veterans Day? Or
No, ma'am. There was a discussion started by the two TAC representatives about the parent-teacher conference days in October, which fall on Columbus Day and the day after. And they wanted to move those days later in the school year because they thought they were too early. And so because one of those days was a federal holiday, Columbus Day, they proposed looking at the next federal holiday, which would have been Veterans Day.
Okay.
That's how the Veterans Day subject came up.
Okay, got it, and I appreciate that. I do agree that it may be a little bit early to have that first one because of the student testing and otherwise. Of course, I disagree with having it on Veterans Day. So what were some of the other alternatives beyond having
So the other alternative that we talked about was making the conferences the 19th and the 20th, which is moving them back a week. And the vast majority of people in the room felt that doing that didn't buy you a whole lot and continued to upset, for lack of a better word, the folks who've been pushing for federal holidays.
And then that next week after, say Veterans Day, that next week would be a no as well for similar reasons? It's
That would
already
be heading
after.
in, so that would get you into the last 15 days of the marking period.
Right.
Which gets you into quarterly assessment territory.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
the assessment folks have a huge issue for obvious reasons with that.
So I see the true conundrum then is wanting to make sure that the parents and the students have enough time to correct or whatever, and have awareness of what's going on within the schools, but not. But if we do it too early, it's difficult to assess sincerely how the progress of the students.
I would just point out to you that in next year's calendar, those conferences are actually a week later than they are this year, because we had them Columbus Day week this year, but we had them on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Sure.
Which generated a lot of that Columbus Day discussion. And in this proposed calendar, you're starting a week earlier and keeping those conferences on Columbus Day.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. A couple of things. For Ms. Alvey, we have March, the break listed as Easter/spring break. I understand the concern, but I would hate to take Easter out of it until at such time perhaps we're not allowing Easter to drive the date of that break, but right now that's what it's built around. So I think it offers transparency, just like we have other Rosh Hashanah and those types of things. And then I just want to thank the public for all of their input. The survey is valuable, but we're also receiving emails and other communications with people able, to share the reasoning behind their feelings, and that input is valuable to us as board members. I'll tell you, I don't even have a decision right now. There is a whole lot to consider. Personally, I'm philosophically a huge proponent of a long summer, but I have a concern just with this particular year of the impact on AP classes if we were to start so late in September. So that's what I'm struggling with a little right now, but I just want to put that out there because I'm continuing to receive feedback, and I'm continuing to consider it. So I do appreciate all of that feedback.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mr. Leib, and then Mrs. Hummer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Ms. Schallheim for her data work. You did a good job. Mr. Mosier, question. In the proposed calendar for the Christmas winter break, the total, including the weekend, is 9 days off, correct?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, are you going from the 24th through the 1st? Right? 1, 2, yeah.
It's 11.
It's actually 13 if you count the weekends.
All right. That's a minute.
If you're counting the weekends, it's 13.
Yeah, I forgot to count the weekend.
But by law, schools have to be closed from the 21st through the 4th, so you don't have any discretion there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, understand. And for spring break, Easter spring break, the proposed calendar has 8 days off, including the weekend. Did I count that right?
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting, Ms. Schallheim, with the work you did. It showed to me that while to say it was not uncommon to craft school calendars to begin after Labor Day, as a matter of fact, prior to 2000 or so, that was the norm. We started after Labor Day. And then after 2000, it seems, is when we started this creep to begin school earlier and earlier. No, 1992. I don't see it that way, but that's okay. From what you have there, Labor Day in 1992 was on 7 September, and yet, except there are a few exceptions. A few exceptions. Okay. However, starting in 2013 to 2014, we began school in 8/27, And then in 14-15, 826, then 13-14, 825, then 15-16, 824, and then 16-17, 822. And we just kept creeping back a little further and further. It's just an observation. So historically speaking, the norm has been to start schools after Labor Day. That goes all the way back to 71, 72, and 72 was a great year. I wasn't in high school then, but it was a great year. So I'd just like to highlight that matter of fact, this was the common practice in public education. And in fact, if we began school after Labor Day this year, in one of the superintendent's recommendations that he provided to the calendar committee, we would have started school after Labor Day and end on almost the same day as the school calendar now has us ending.
Well,
and there are ways to a change. That was one of his recommendations.
That's in the mock-up that we provided for the
Correct.
survey. That's correct, but it did not have a full week. You could not do that if you had a full week of spring break.
If you had it as long as it is now.
Correct.
It could have been to have it as long as we had it this year.
Correct. I just want to point out, you couldn't do what the
understand.
calendar committee did and still end
I
on the
understand.
16th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyde. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes. So historically, from an educational perspective, I have always been for a pre-Labor Day start because of the summer slide, which is well documented for our students. However, since we've had post-Labor Day the past couple of years, I've seen there's some great benefits to starting post-Labor Day. Our teachers are reporting that they feel more relaxed, more rested over the longer summer. We were able to do more professional development over the summer to get teachers prepared. We've had greater responses in the summertime for professional development with the longer time. And I know our construction people love it because it gives them more time to keep up the things. So I see the benefits of both. I think definitely on a year like next year when it's the latest possible, that it's not out of line at all to start before Labor Day, and people still have the entire month of August. We're not starting until August 31st. I'm glad that the calendar committee and the superintendent and everyone, we heard, let's use that federal holiday, Columbus Day. I love that added in there. Use that as one of our conference days. And I will bring it up, and I'm not proposing this, but I did feel like I had to share that I have heard from a mother who was making the great suggestion that we have a delayed start the day after Halloween so that the kids all jacked up on candy wouldn't, the teachers would get an easier time. I'm not for that, but I did think we need to bring that out there and just, the
So
candy
just
issue
for the
that
record,
comes up.
Halloween's a Saturday next year.
Oh, so it won't help us this year. But I did
we're
want to
okay.
put out there that is one.
we're all right.
I'm not endorsing that, but I thought it was worth bringing up in public.
I understand.
Thank you. Mrs. Schalheim and Mrs. Ellis.
Just for our student members' knowledge, last year there was a motion that was made and it failed to remove Christmas and Easter, and although I voted how I voted that last year, I've since changed my point of view and think that to be inclusive, then we need to list everyone. We need to keep it as Christmas and winter break. We need to keep it as Easter and spring break. If we're going to have, to be inclusive, all must exist on the calendar. So just a little background. To correct one's math, there is 11 days of Christmas winter break next year, not 13. And then I don't even know if I have to move for this. I like that that Ms. Alvey was observant enough to correct some of the things that are now out of whack with the religious observance thing, because we're not operating on a normal school schedule if we're closed on both Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And so, so obviously those are going to disappear from that first section, but in the paragraph before the last, because we're not having the dates up in religious observances for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and because we follow different procedures with regards to athletics on those days, I would encourage us to put for Rosh Hashanah and then in brackets the date, just September 19th, Yom Kippur, in brackets the date, and then reiterate the dates for Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha, just so it's super clear.
We can take
I
care
don't
of
know
that.
if I need a motion for that or not. All right, cool. And
Unless you think you do, I think we can do it.
yeah, and in terms of missing work versus being excused from work, yeah, I move that we go ahead and make that happen. I think that if you know, that we so I move that. Wait. Oh, should I keep my motions till next time? Yeah, please. Yeah. Sorry.
First off, can we make motions on this right?
You can. I mean, Robert's Rules
Okay.
allows you to. I mean, the formal vote is going to be set for the 20th.
Okay.
Would you prefer me to wait?
I would
'Cause I'm-
prefer that we wait
okay,
for the
then let's
actual
do
time
that.
when we're voting on the calendar.
Perfect.
But just to give some reasoning for why
I
I was
withdraw.
suggesting that, was that it's actually quite simple. My sister just said to me, like, why do my neighbors don't have to make up work when they celebrate Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and why do I? That's like having a sick day. So it was that simple. She's like, I should be excused from my schoolwork on that day. So just to be inclusive and to make sure that we do that for anyone that's celebrating a religious holiday.
So could I just add?
Yeah, Mr. Mosher.
Could I just ask, if that's a motion you plan to make on the 20th, could you send that language to me in advance? That way we'll have it ready and can do it more quickly. That'd be great.
And one thing I was just going to ask before we move to Mrs. Ellis, the technical changes that we were already talking about, if those can be made for the final approval. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. I mentioned earlier that I'm a big proponent of a long summer. So since the summer slide was brought up as a concern, I felt it was really important to talk about that briefly for anyone who might have that concern as we are spending the next couple weeks deciding what we're going to do here. The research that originally led to that concern is decades old, and there has been further analysis of that research, which shows a bit of a different picture. What has been discovered is that math calculation declines, but math reasoning increases over the summer. So to summarize the results of one study, math reasoning increases by the equivalent of up to a quarter of a school year over the summer. Calculation scores decrease by nearly a quarter of a year, but when tested 2 weeks after school starts, they actually make up that loss and gain a tenth of a year, students do. Similar trends have been shown in reading. So the point is there's a whole different type of learning and brain development that goes on outside of the classroom, and we're not talking about kids sitting at home at a desk doing different schoolwork. We're talking about living life and the opportunity for free, unstructured time to develop the brain. Drop off in learning happens rapidly and then plateaus. So the losses that do occur over the summer happen within the first few weeks. So unless we're talking about eliminating a summer break at all, then I don't think we have the concern about how long summer actually is. I know there's concerns about an equity gap, the summer slide impacting certain students more. The achievement gap. The achievement gap exists. It's something that we're working hard on. But that exists. I mean, we see that in our spring testing, and that unfortunately continues throughout the summer. So that's the separate issue that we absolutely do have to deal with, and we are dealing with. And then another comment I've seen out there is that summer break is a tradition that was started because of agricultural reasons, and that's a myth also. If that were the case, we would actually have breaks over the spring and fall months. It's a complicated history, but it has to do with the growth of the middle class and more families actually vacationing, the recognized need for real mental and physical breaks for our students, opportunities for teacher development, as Ms. Hummer was addressing, and also budgetary reasons. So I just want to put that information out there as everyone's considering this. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Any further board questions or comments? Seeing none. Any public comments? Seeing none. For the public's interest, this will be back for a final vote on November 20th, our evening meeting. Thank you again, Mr. Mosher. Moving along, item 7.01 is the monthly financial status report. This is a review item. Are there any board questions on the financial status report? Any board questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to item 7.02, construction status report. This is a review item. Are there any board questions or comments? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to item 7.03, award of contracts. This is a review item. Are there any board questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm loving you guys. Any public comments? Seeing none. And item 7.04 has been removed from the agenda, and we need the proper closing sheet, which is coming back to us real time. And before Mrs. Corkadell does that, the next general board meeting will be on Wednesday, November 20th, 2019 at 7 p.m. The next meeting of the policy committee will be Wednesday, November 20th at 4 p.m. in the boardroom, and the next meeting of the budget committee will be Wednesday, November 20th at 5 p.m. here in the boardroom. Mrs.
It's not right.
It's not checked.
No, that isn't. Okay. All right. Mr. President, I move the board go into closed session to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation.
There's a motion, and second. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Each year, the 31 Avid secondary sites must participate in the Avid Center certification process to maintain status as Avid certified sites. Avid Center is the national organization which maintains the standards sites must meet to be considered certified. The AACPS Avid Certification Review, held each year in April, allows time to share and celebrate the work of the teachers, students, and site team members at each school. Today I am joined by Alexis Poganowski, Avid Teacher Specialist, and Bethany Sawaljik, Avid Site Coordinator at Marley Middle School. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
Alexis, tell me about the Avid certification process used by Avid Center to determine site status for each year.
Sure. So we're actually in year 2 of using a new tool, and it's called the Certification and Coaching Instrument, which you can just think of as really a giant rubric. And it's broken down into 4 domains. So there's a domain centered around instruction, about what's happening not only in the Avid elective, but in all classrooms school-wide. There's another domain centered around systems, which talks about all of the different systems and structures that are put in place to ensure that all students can be successful in rigorous classes and post-secondary choices. There is another domain centered around leadership, which really focuses on making sure that the principal and administration, but also the school's leadership team is really on board. And then the final domain is centered around culture. So really building that college and career going culture. There's certain indicators in this that talk about